hard cliffhanger. So hopefully things resolve themselves and it turns out okay. Where were we? Right, Legacy. You were you were holding onto someone's life by a thread, possibly, as far as you understood it.
Yeah, so I forget the specifics of what she was seeing going on with Maxine.
Sure. So the general setup, right, is you have everyone, and in this case, because we're doing a slight retcon, for those of you following along at home, so everyone is together here, and this is all pre-apartment conversation. So this is everyone left from the heist, came straight here, piled into the van to have Maxine do some chemical analysis or whatever on this box. So you'd end up finding her in the same state. I'm not going to run through the whole process of everyone discovering her and the robot legs walking and everything, but she had plugged her brain into some sort of device that connected her to the open net, which I don't think I gave this enough attention last time, but I assume you kind of get an idea of what that implies, Legacy, just by virtue of it being quote unquote open. This is like the Wild West of the online community.
Mm-hmm.
So on her, there was basically this like tube chamber, almost like a surgical, not an amphitheater, but like a surgical stage. And on one side of it, you could see that there was like a desk, like a computer setup, and on the opposite side there was a it was where Maxine was on a desk on one side, and then on the opposite side, on the other side of the glass tube, there was a monitor, like a multi-monitor computer setup that was like tracking a million different things. One of which, to the best of your knowledge, Legacy, just looking at it, it seemed to be just a stream of consciousness, and it would gravitate between describing elements and sensory input as well as describing her active conscious thought, and it was kind of like whiplash between the two, so it was difficult to parse and make a lot of sense out of, but you could tell it was Maxine by virtue of how things were described and by virtue of like just how the situation was kind of laid out. You plugged yourself into the net and reached out to her to find out where she had gone. So she had plugged herself into the open net, traveled through it to access a database in a different location. So she is accessing a database that you recognized as being not Ogremok, which Ogremok is a infrastructure and chemical and engineering company, not the military one. For anyone watching the stream, I got that one wrong. Omnidyne is the military one. But anyway, she was inside some database that she clearly had access to. You're not sure what is in it. You didn't look in it so much as just find out where her sort of consciousness was, by way of finding out where certain anomalies were appearing and looking in the area around the anomaly. And the goal was to get her out and put her back in her body, because as far as you were all aware, she did not communicate to her automaton limbs that she knows how to get out. So it just kind of seems like she trapped herself in what is ostensibly the internet. So that's one thing that happened.
Mhm.
Another thing that happened was, as you were kind of poking around and figuring out what's going on, you started to notice a weird anomaly that kept growing in magnitude, and you sent a ping to her to hopefully get her attention to send her back home. And then when she received the ping, she started to have a stream of thoughts go in a different direction. It started to look more like paranoid and confused, and worried. She was clearly having a lot of like sudden anxiety just blast her, and she was talking about, or rather not talking, but there were thoughts of Omnidyne that were coming through, or not Omnidyne, Ogremok. She works for Ogremok. Jesus Christ. She works for Ogremok, and she was thinking about something related to Ogremok. She had the company Night Corp cross her mind. Images and descriptors of paranoia and anxiety, things about lying and truth. It was just a cognitive mess, really. So all that was going on, and there was all the while a little meter on the on one of the screens that read something like oh man, what did I call it? Cognitive
emission.
Yes, cognitive emission with a percentage meter. And as you were investigating and doing your whole thing, it slowly crept up higher and higher until you last checked, it had soared up to 80% somehow. It started around 14. But now it is just climbing higher and higher and higher. And it's not clear what it means, either that it's low or high, but it is certainly distressing everybody. And that is where we left off, was it rising. It's about at 80, I think I said 86, 84, 86, somewhere in there. And you were mid hack. I think you had a plan of some kind to
Not really.
try and... I thought you had described to me that you wanted to try lifting or sequestering the area, like trapping it like it was a virus.
Not trying to like trap it like it was a virus, but like stretch a net so it can't go further out.
Mhm.
But
Are you sure you need to do anything, Legacy? I mean, she could
No.
just be picking up.
no, that's the issue. I don't know if I need to do anything. I don't know if I need to know. I don't know if I need to hack. I don't know if I just need to pull the fucking plug. Like,
Maybe
Legacy
she's just
doesn't-
waking up, you know?
You could... The only thing that you know for sure, Legacy, is that as the cognitive emission level rose, you started to get a familiar, like, tingle in the back of your brain that makes you think, oh my god, Dreamer. It makes you think Dreamer.
Yeah. The coding and shit on the screen started reading more and more as a dreamer.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is where we left off. You wanted to cast a wide net to try and prevent her from getting further and further away.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you for free, she is not, in a matter of speaking, moving farther away or becoming more difficult for you to reach. It'd be the equivalent of someone, like, you hear your name called in a huge crowd and they just stop and they start looking around for who screamed their name. So she's not moving. You don't actually have to cast a net.
Okay.
Unless you are worried that if she's startled, she'll run.
Not so much that I was more concerned if she's being like hacked or something in some way and just getting yoinked.
So I could let you roll to see if you would recognize if she's getting like she's getting brain invaded. We'll see. We'll see if you can roll as just a straightforward hacking roll, and you can add your hacking bonus and your hacking suite to it, just to see, because you would know what different types of methodologies there are to hack.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and fucking boost this because I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Okay. So just like you're seeing everything going down, you're starting to like feel this panic set in, and it's like, oh shit, I gotta act, I gotta figure out what to do ASAP. And as you take a step back and look at everything, you start to kind of piece together little bits of information that aren't immediately obvious to most like lay people watching the screen right now would see. So to the uninitiated looking at this screen, it is a just rush of information, and it like Legacy, you're looking at it and you can tell that it's thought, and you can tell that there's some pattern to it. And as you look at the actual register on your arm and where she quote unquote is inside of the database, there's no telltale signs of any sort of hacking that you would recognize. And you're like, even ones that you're not familiar with personally, you are aware of, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there doesn't seem to be any hacking of any kind going on, but as far as you can tell, she has just stopped moving, and there is a lot of like something building up seemingly in her own like stream of consciousness.
And, like, any of the, like, readings of her vitals are shifting during all of this?
So there's two separate vital sign readers. And when you look at one, there's a vital sign for her body, like her heartbeat, lungs, and everything, and that is reading fine. There's no ups or downs or anything noteworthy. It is totally stable. The other one is connected to her mind, and this one is on a separate screen from where you see the oh my god, cognitive fucking emission. So when you look at the other screen with her brain, you're not super familiar with medical tech of this type, if this even is medical tech. It's kind of experimental by the look of it, but it doesn't look obviously bad, in the sense that there's no like blaring red lights, there's no like warning notifications. It's all in English, but it just seems like there's a lot of almost like a heat map of your brain, except it's not a heat map. It is much more complex than a simple measure of temperature. But just looking at it, it seems like there's a lot of just visual noise, like the mapping of her brain that seems to be on the screen. There's two splits. There's a vertical slice and a horizontal slice, and from the horizontal slice you can see that like there's a lot of activity towards the like center core area, where I think it's the hypothalamus. I can't remember. But there's a part of her brain that is very active, maybe, if this is tracking just straight up activity. But again, no clear indication of danger or problem on the screen.
Okay. So the two options are wait and see what it happens at 100%, or just go ahead and pull the plug and see what happens, which I feel like is a bad decision, period.
I'm with you on that. I'd rather wait and see what happens rather than do something and risk a fuck up, especially when you're not 100% sure.
Okay, so you're gonna just wait and watch the cognitive emissions meter or percentage.
Well, there's nothing else the Legacy knows how to do. This
You can-
is so far beyond her realm of expertise. That,
You
like,
are able to
saying
contact her though, right?
I was able to ping her, which freaked her the fuck out. And I pinged her again, and it freaked her the more the fuck out. So that didn't work well. Because I can't send her a message. I can just essentially sending a data packet to get her attention, because it's like, oh, that's coming from my computer.
Mm-hmm. So, if anybody is looking at the screen, because now, Lockhart, you are there. Anybody watching the screen, what are your respective cool defenses for whoever is watching? 7.
Uh, 8.
8.
And Piper says 13.
13. And Legacy 7. 8. Hey! So, Kaya, you look up at the screen, and you've been kind of following along with what's happening. It's very strange. You were very fixated on watching that cognitive emissions meter, or measure, because that is something that is what the fuck. You don't even know how to approach thought about that. So you've kind of been ignoring the screen for the most part, but your eyes kind of drift back towards it, and you look up and down, and you start to see this scattered thought process of just garbled nonsense, and the cognitive emissions percentage is like ticked up to 86. It hasn't moved in a couple seconds. It doesn't seem to be getting faster or slower. It seems to be, or it doesn't seem to be like accelerating faster and faster. It just seems to be hovering around 86, and then it ticks up to 87, and then it ticks back down to 86, and then it ticks up to 87. And there's a pause in that string of thought where it starts to go like almost just quiet. And there's long strings of just empty space of either no signal or no information is being picked up, or something is like unusual in how it's transmitting. And the cognitive emissions measure, it ticks up to 88. And Legacy, you're still at the helm of this desk, so you see this happen. A ping comes back to you. And you're, from the position you're in, receiving information, it's a lot easier for you to parse because you're at a computer and the computer is able to actually read what's happening and inform you what's being sent. So you can see that it was a packet of information that was just like a small series of binary, like a binary theory, or a series of binary signals that, as you receive them, it spells out hi, H-I. Kaya, you are transfixed by the screen right now.
Anxiety. Visible anxiety on Kaya's face. She's pacing in front of the
Can-
screen, eyes on the percentage.
I trace where the data packet came from?
You, without even having to try, because you're like watching this like a fucking hawk, it came, as far as you can tell, from that database, which in any other scenario it would not make any sense, because a database that just exists and houses information, it's not going to ping you. There's nothing that it would have in its system that would send a ping outward. But whatever you see that you assume is Maxine inside the database, that must have sent the ping. There's not really any other way you could think of it working.
Legacy will send a message back. Just, is this Maxine?
Okay. So roll me a clever check, and you can add your hacking to it. But this technically wouldn't be a hacking roll. It's slightly different.
Does it have to do with dreamers? Because I have bonuses for dreamers.
It could, if you put dreamers in the message you're sending, in whatever packet you bundle together. If you mention them, you could add it.
No.
Okay. So you send that information packet out, and there's you can tell when it lands, because when it lands, the cognitive, or not cognitive emissions, the stream of thought, it starts ticking again, and you can see words and images and things being described start to panel through it. And Kaya, because you're glued to the screen, you're starting to see a pattern kind of fall out of it. You're not sure, but it's a jumble of letters to you, but you're looking at it, and it's reading as some sort of anxiety. She or it or whatever is being pinged is afraid. What you're assuming is Maxine is scared about who is sending her packet, scared about, uncertain who it could be, if there's any sort of if she's hallucinating it is like anxiety centered around being unable to confirm who is sending the packets for certain. You did send a packet that had your name attached to it, Legacy. But like Kaya, from what you're reading, it seems almost like it didn't register. There was too much noise. Because if I recall correctly, the packets he sent were like, "Hey Maxine" or something, and then you said something Legacy, and then there was this third one.
Is that right? See?
I don't fucking know. I didn't write down what I sent.
Okay, well, it's fine. There's the cognitive emissions meter is still hovering around 86 or 87.
Okay.
And
So
there's a bit of tenseness in the air, but a packet will come back to the computer, and it's another small packet that has, it's basically it's binary that reads out ID.
Do you tell any of the group of what you're receiving?
I mean, I guess if somebody asks, Legacy's not actively translating because she's trying to figure out what the fuck she's doing.
Alright. I mean, Kaya is probably like eyes glued to the thing, seeing just like she kind of seems anxious. I don't think she realizes that it's us.
Know what she
Huh?
wants from me to prove that it's me? I've only met her once.
Fucking mention the fucking cinnamon rolls.
Legacy just rolls her eyes and is just like, Kaya wants the cinnamon rolls again. Sends it back.
So you you send a little packet of information about cinnamon rolls. As you hit enter and send it, you look at Kaya and her nose is bleeding. Not very bad, but it's a little runny with blood.
Legacy just kind of freezes for a second. Kaya, I think you need to turn around and not look at the screen.
What are you talking about?
Just do it.
Just gonna turn, eyes off the screen, looks at Legacy. We gotta keep an eye on the fucking Nita. We don't know what the fuck that means.
Now wipe your nose.
The fuck? What are you talking? Oh.
Yeah, don't look at the screen.
Just gonna pull out a rag, hold it up to nose.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're good.
What are you
That's
saying,
good.
Lockhart?
We could always take turns if needed.
I can't hear you. I'm
I
sorry.
can't hear you.
Yeah, you're very...
We can take turns!
Okay.
Alright, Kaya's gonna hold up a fucking digs out clean rag from her bag, holds it up to nose, taps Lockhart on the shoulder. Tag, you're in.
Okay. There's a shorter pause between packet send and reply. So the reply you get this time is it spells out Kaya's name and Legacy's. It spells out your names with no punctuation or anything because it's just it's a very rudimentary package. But she just says your names. That's all it reads as.
Yep, that's us. We are here. You want us to unplug you?
So you send one last packet, or one more packet rather. You send one more packet, and as you hit send and look over towards the emissions level, and it is dropped to 74, and it starts to tick down and down. It's not dropping like a rock, but it's definitely on the downswing. And after a pause, you like looking at the data or the database, that little, almost like that little blip like vanishes. It like if you had imagine an animal underneath a blanket and you have them kind of surrounded in like a little pocket so you can mess with them and you know where they are. It just deflated and now it's gone. But the stream of thoughts is still active.
This
And
might be a
you-
stupid question.
She's still actively thinking. Her mind is now Lockhart, you can't really glean any information from this, but she's describing a bunch of different compounds of food, or rather ingredients, instructions. It's a recipe. She's describing a recipe.
Okay. This might be a stupid question, but on the screen, was there anything similar to like what happened at the race? You know, having the little eyeball or anything like that? Because like,
No.
okay,
I know what you mean, but no, there was no miniature eyeball or anything like that.
Legacy doesn't
We're
get the
getting
tingle
dreamer
from the
symptoms,
eyeball.
so-
She gets it from the code,
Hmm.
which is like the raw source code.
So, as after another few minutes, or after another minute or so, you see that cognitive emissions, it's declined to about 60, 55, 50, and then it plummets down to 0, and you see the entire computer system, like the thought reading, it shows some sort of disconnect, and it flips, and it like basically like something was just like some process just ended. And on the other side of the table, oh shit, hold on.
That was an angry cat sound.
Make sure to give pets to cats.
Like how everybody is like, what is Legacy? Legacy doesn't fucking know anything right now. She's a
You think
hacker.
any of us? You think this is software? You think any of us have any skill in software besides Legacy?
Joe has made it explicitly clear that this is all brand new experimental tech by two mad scientists.
Well, yeah, but you have a better chance than the rest of us at figuring this shit out.
First off, you underestimate yourself, Kaya. You're more up to snuff on what the hardware does, so you have a pretty good idea of how it might interact with the code. You're just not a coder. But picking up, cats are okay. For those of you who are concerned,
Okay, good. Did you give them
Um,
good to hear.
you hear on the other side of the like chamber, the surgical chamber, the sound of what it sounds like somebody who just like breached water and caught breath after almost drowning. You just hear like something slide like then lean back, and the sound of a chair like as it scrapes against the floor. And you can't really see from where you're seated because there's obstructions in the way. But it sounds like somebody woke up.
And there's Maxine.
Alright, let's go see her.
As she was coming out, was Legacy still getting the weird dreamer tingle shit, or
No, that
Okay.
stopped. So that stopped as the cognitive emission level started to decline.
okay? Legacy just will stand up and come around the corner to see. I am sure Maxine just laid out on the ground, from what it sounds like.
Yeah, so you get up and walk around the corner. You see Maxine. She has fallen onto her ass. The cable is still plugged into the side of her temple, but she is like very visibly shaken. Her eyes are from what you saw before, where she was kind of in a weird pseudo-catatonic state. She is now, it looks like, sleep deprived. Just suddenly exhausted. Her hands are a little shaky, and she's like touching her face, touching the sides of her head. She feels the cord there, and then slowly tugs on it, twists it, and pops it out. And just goes, "Oh boy. Okay. I'm good." And then she lays on the ground.
Have a good trip.
She's-
She opens her eyes, and like you're not a medical expert. You don't see anything immediately wrong, but she her eyes open and she squints and just goes, Legacy?
Mm-hmm.
And she's not looking directly at you. She's looking near you.
Can I roll first aid? Can I do
You
something?
can. You can roll first aid.
Holy shit, what the fuck's wrong with her?
Yeah, Legacy is like, uh-huh. Got a problem with your eyes there?
What stat do I use?
Clever.
Clever. Oh,
Yeah, so you're not an EMT, but you're about as close as you can get to one without getting in the vehicle. And this seems like some type of temporarily induced blindness from possibly some of the errant signals that were going through her head. You're not again, you're not a like thorough medical doctor, but there's nothing about how any of her, or nothing about her appearance, nothing you can see in her eyes that makes you think this is going to be permanently damaging. And
Okay.
she squints her eyes and blinks, and then squints her eyes, like reaches up her hands and rubs them, just goes, "Oh, I can't see."
hey, it's alright. Think a little stint there is gonna leave you eyes kind of not working for a bit. Doesn't look permanent, but need help getting up or something?
She like awkwardly narrows her eyes at nothing and just holds out her hand, just like, I can't reach my hand towards you.
Kaya's gonna help her. It's like, alright, I gotcha. Taking your hand right now, alright?
She grabs your hand, and like the second her fingers like touch close to yours, she like not flails, but there's that panicked like, oh, that's a thing, and she like scrambles a little bit and grabs onto it and latches on really hard. She is a fucking pencil stick of a person. So Kaya, like with no effort, you can hoist her up.
Kaya probably thinks she's gonna be heavier than she actually is.
What you do notice is that as you heave her up, her feet, her legs, they don't catch purchase on the ground. She is holding herself up, like by the strength of her arms and back, like holding on to you. And like as you kind of stand her up, her legs, like she stutters or stumbles almost, like you try to let go of her, and she's like, no, wait, where is my legs?
Hey, Maxine, can you walk without your exoskeleton?
She shakes her head.
Alright, look, I'm gonna set you down, we're gonna get him for you, alright? Just
As
two
you
steps to the left.
She like looks,
Kai
her
is
face
doing
is
the stepping.
aimed towards the ground, but she's obviously unable to see it.
Yeah.
And
Kaya's doing the stepping, just puts
Yeah.
her in chair.
and it's very, very shaky, mostly just for show, almost moving her legs. You are doing all of the movement for her, and you sit her down in the chair, and she feels a lot more at ease. She grabs, so what you thought was a little strange before, but Legacy, you Z also, you probably as a person do this, but the chair is turned in such a way that the back of the chair is on her side, so she can grab onto it. Yeah, the classic ADHD can't sit in a chair the normal way type thing.
Fuck you.
She was doing it, and she is doing it now to support herself.
Okay.
And after you set her there, you can see that the exoskeleton is still standing in that area right on the other side of the chamber.
Legacy
it's not
will
moving.
just text it. Like, Maxine's up. Come back and get her. She can't walk.
like as soon as it gets the message, it just like straightens upright and just like hurriedly walks over. Maxine can hear it, and she just goes, "Oh, thank goodness!" And she straightens her back out. And as this thing gets closer, you can see that where her coat is, there are little. It almost looks like a like the little metal circlet that is on a shoe where you put the shoelace through. Instead of that, though, she straightens her lab coat, and this thing, as the exoskeleton positions itself with all 4 legs on the ground, it moves into position and makes the center spine piece. First, it makes it straight and then slowly bends it to the curve of her spine. And these disturbingly long, like 1.5 to 2-inch long needles, like slowly poke through each of the holes. And you hear the and immediately she is upright, like hoisted 3 feet off the ground, her legs dangling, and she is like, "Oh, thank goodness. Okay, I feel better. Thank you."
So, want to explain exactly what the fuck that was? Because that didn't seem like it was gonna go exactly how you wanted it to go. However, whatever you were trying to do.
Well, I think I was just not expecting people to be here, and when you said you were here, well, okay, hold on. I can explain. I can explain a lot better. I think it's still on my whiteboard, and she starts to like tromp in a direction, and she's not looking where she's moving. She's sort of looking at like a tangent, but the legs move exactly where she wants to go with unusual dexterity, knowing exactly where everything is and where to move so that they don't bump into anything. She tromps over and around past a few different machines to a little workstation that is basically like a long table with a whiteboard on one side of it. I say whiteboard. It's more scientific and cool than a whiteboard, but it's a fucking whiteboard. Doesn't matter.
It's
a
like
whiteboard.
a clear whiteboard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a clear whiteboard where you can use your finger, and each finger is a different color, because cool. It's cool as fuck or whatever. But she walks over to it, and she gestures towards it. It's a little bit off, but she's mostly in the right direction because of how her legs are positioning her. And when you look at it, you can see that this is all kinds of brain babble. This is like there's a lot of information here just shotgun blasted onto the wall. She is taking something that she's using its name as if it's a well-known thing, but it's something called a cloud mind. And she's saying like cloud mind insert, and it has a rough sketch of the side of a skull. Like a remarkably accurate sketch too. Then there's like detailed things about brain processes. There's a bit about the transfer of the cognitive mind. So there's all sorts of just technobabble, and what she hoped would explain it doesn't explain it. But you can see that this was an attempt to plug her brain into some computer. That's basically the gist of it. If you want to try to glean more information, you could try with a roll.
Legacy, what Legacy's interactions and what Legacy knows. Does it translate to like she's trying to do the same shit that Ben Getty's trying to do, more or less?
So this board, you can see bits and pieces that make you think of that, but the language here is more geared towards a bioengineer than it is anything else. But there's a hint of that sort of full dive tech. Wow, oof. Get that out of the way now. Yeah, but that's basically all you can glean. It's a lot of it, like a hefty chunk of it, is talking about really like nuanced, specific chemical brain processes. There's clear bits and pieces that talk about compensating for strain and the cognitive dissonance that is like going to happen between X portion and Y portion, and how that's going to impact movement, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Kaya, when you're looking at it, you see what you're able to piece together with like a mix of your rudimentary medical knowledge and your more robust engineering knowledge. You can see that this is sort of an attempt at moving her conscious brain. Not just like simulating or having the ability to transfer signals to like experience something. She was trying to move her brain. Like literally what to you is understand as like her waking mind would be in a different location.
Holy shit.
You don't understand any of the process of how she's doing it, but that is the most you're able to glean. And this is like, even in this setting, it is burgeoning on sci-fi technology. Like, this is pushing the limits of what you think is even like a thing that could happen.
Yeah, that is Kai's reaction of holy shit. The fuck? Why?
Why what? Why would I try this?
Yeah, why the fuck would you try this?
Well, there's a lot of reasons. It's sort of like the last big breakthrough that we're kind of pushing for, and I was really close, especially with my knowledge on how I put together these fine guys. And she pats two of the legs. It helps a lot having a sort of second-ish bit of intelligence that came with my exposure to that one dreamer. And, well, I've been trying to tap into that more. So it's kind of been a good resource for information.
Have you ever thought that that's what it wants you to do?
Well, no, because I don't think that it's in my head so much as like part of it is still in my head, but I also don't know. But that's sort of why I wanted to try and pull me out of me, because I wanted to see if that part would come with it, because then it would be distinctly part of who I am and not just part of who this body is. But she gestures to a like lower corner portion of the board, and she says, "Does this make more sense as to why I was a little nervous about who might be contacting me at my home?"
I mean, essentially, it's concern about espionage, right?
It's a mix of that. Roll me, anyone who's looking at the board, roll me another clever check. Clever or cool.
Oh, cool, I can do.
Oof.
Get that out of the way now. Yeah, Kaya, you're still reeling from how just the sheer insanity of what this is.
I find it very funny that the roles for Legacy and Kaya are reversed from the last ones.
That is funny. But you're too like caught up in the fact that this is something that could even be attempted, to let alone deal with the fact that she had some specific misgiving about it. Legacy, she gestures to a spot on the board, and you know that she can't see, but it causes you to look back at the board again, and you notice something not in that corner, not in that bottom corner, but towards the middle bottom. And in that middle bottom section, she is describing the process of brain migration, or the waking self, that migration. And she specifically says something to the effect of, there are a handful of things that can happen. I can successfully migrate my brain into a digital environment, in which case my body will either go into a state that is sort of comatose, or it will immediately die or start to die because there is nothing powering it. There is no more mind. It is immediately going to start dying. Or if I move my consciousness out, there is something unaccounted for that leaves something behind. The implication being that if she is moving her conscious mind, she is doing a little bit of assuming. She's moving the data that makes up her memories and shifting that with all of the information that goes along with the building blocks of understanding and perceiving information. So she's taking all of her practical human knowledge and then taking all of her personal experience and memories and packaging them together. If she takes the memory portion, but the body doesn't die or go comatose, there is an option for a memory-less self to be created. I.e., she was worried that her body got up after she had left it.
Legacy just looks at that for a second, and then looks towards Maxine. You just jumped in, even if your body started walking up and walking and moving around. What was your plan?
So I'll respond to that, but what Iris, since you also rolled and Neon also rolled, Iris, you see, or Lockhart rather, looking at the board, it is very similar to the typical Ben Getty Mad Ravings setup. It's a little different. This is a lot more experimental. This is a lot more in the realm of something that would be shooting into the dark. Ben Getty always seems more confident, and he actually always has approached his experiments with a lot more certainty. And there's a specific part of the board here that is like accounting for elements of uncertainty. And I mean, Ben Getty, if there's ever something he's hesitant about, he never writes it down. So you kind of pay a special attention to that. And the immediate draw is the percentages, something to the effect of like 75% chance this thing, 25% chance, or 20% chance this thing, 4% this thing, 1% this thing, et cetera, et cetera. And there's like a bunch of fractional things. And the smallest one that you can find, this very minuscule percentage, is something called seconds. She just writes like me with the number 2. And that you're immediately like, no, right? Like, that's not what that means. right? And Neon,
That's
yeah, you also get much the same read on it. Just looking at it, you like, holy shit.
Maxine, I got a question. This
uh,
device of yours, could it be used to remove dreamer influence from things or people?
what was Legacy's question first? Like,
Yeah, go ahead.
Like what was your plan if your body just started walking around and got up without you and your brain was in the computer? Like,
she like clasps her hands together and puts them to her lips in a thoughtful pose and says, well, my initial instinct was to bank on that not happening because there were a bunch of other things that would be far more likely to happen instead of that. So I was more in the realm of approaching this problem like a Bayesian statistician who has a sample size of 1. Technically 0. But now 1.
so yeah, even if your body didn't get it, there was also a very healthy chance of your body just dying. So you Legacy like starts, you see the rant like working their way up, and then she just kind of stops, like holds up a hand and like holds up a finger, even though Maxine can't see it, and just shakes her head. And
She
just
just like
turns away.
awkwardly drumming her fingers, just like, well, I was not willing to put someone else through it, and I didn't want to tell anyone else what I was doing, so I just sort of did it. And shrugs with like an awkward smile, and then looks over to Neon and says, well, I don't really know what it's capable of, except that it did let me go onto the internet, which was pretty cool. It is not exactly how I imagined it would be. There's a lot of weirdness with how space works. But you can see stuff.
When I sent you the first data packets and you started being concerned, there was a little thing on the screen that was talking about cognitive emissions.
Oh, yes. That is a measure of the level of theta waves that are echoing out of my conscious brain. It was initially how I was able to track my brain activity, but then it turned into a bit of like a sort of safety measure because I noticed that when my theta wave were the theta waves that were coming out of my head were a bit too close to a specific frequency, that weird stuff would happen, and I don't want anything weird to happen when I'm in the machine, and I didn't know that I couldn't see it until I was out here, but generally I only get those particular frequencies when I'm under extreme duress, and I wasn't thinking that I would experience extreme duress.
So that percentage got pretty high, and when it started getting to like a certain point, the dreamer weirdness started. She like wiggles her fingers slightly.
She has her fingers touching her both hands touching fingertips, like kind of drumming them against each other and going, well, yeah, that's sort of because like part of my head is maybe part of a little bit, just a tiny portion of dreamer-ish, but it's kind of hard to...
Wait, no. Mm-mm. What?
So I found this out after you all left, and I did some more experiments. But so when I was, well, impressed upon by that dreamer, the one that I found a long time ago, that ended up getting me fired, I ended up, it seems, taking part of it with me, or sort of. It's hard to tell if, again, if it's part of me, or if it's like attached to me. I think it sort of left a shadow on me where it rewired or affected part of my mind with it mind. If you follow me.
And so that part of the mind becomes more active when you get freaked out?
I think it might be something kind of like a self-defense mechanism, but I have no way of testing it without raising that portion, and I don't want to do that because every time I raise that part of my stress level and my brain activity and weird stuff happens, and I don't think it's good to do that over and over.
Uh, sorry about that. I was trying to process all of this shit. Can you give us like a guesstimate of when all that shit starts popping up on the percentages? Like, what's the range you found so far?
The range of when weird stuff starts to happen?
Yep.
Usually around the mid 80s, and then above that.
Yeah, that fucking tracks. All right.
Yeah, what exactly do you mean by weird stuff?
Yep. What she said.
So, okay. I should, and her legs like stretch and turn her around, and she like is touching the board and just kind of like pauses for a second. She's a little scatterbrained, and she turns around and just goes, well, okay, so I really want sweets.
No. Answer the question first, then sweets.
Weird is like you and she's gets a little squirmy. Neon, roll a cool, just a straight cool check.
Okay. Or
Okay.
minus the 3, I think?
That's
Yeah.
fine.
Nor the 3, yeah.
So you're fairly certain that she's hiding some specific information. You're not sure if it's out of shame or because it's corporate property or whatever, but she's very much like cagey about it. Well,
Let her be. It's her house.
can I tell you?
Need to know because I don't know if weird shit might start happening to me. I'd like to know.
Did you also have a? She points to her head, like touch, like beat in brains.
Not this, no, not in brain, but like I get the fucking little weird tingle headache really easy, and Kaya's nose started bleeding. So
She blinks, and again, she's not looking directly at you. Or go ahead, Kaya.
No, nothing. Just. I assume the bleeding only lasted like a minute, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like fucking shoves bloody rag harder into pocket, even though Maxine can't see.
Well, as far as I could tell, I only get that when I'm exposed. Well, no, I've never gotten those bleeds. I usually have dreams, but Maybe. Oh, I showed you the shapes, right?
Yeah.
So those shapes, they are sort of like a picture of a picture of the dreamer. And that sort of interacted that sort of thing is how it affects you is more specific to you, I guess. It depends on maybe your exposure. Sort of like how everyone gets different flu symptoms, maybe, but only sometimes.
So you're saying if weird shit happens, it's gonna be different for everybody.
She shrugs and just goes, probably. I can tell you what happens when with me, but it might look different for you, and for you, and for you, and for you. And she points to each of you, assuming all of you had been exposed at some point. But,
Okay.
well, I don't know for sure because I've not met another person who was exposed in the same way that I was exposed. And I think that might have something to do with it. Maybe the different methods of exposure. Maybe if two people were exposed in the same way, they might have the same funky thing happen.
Mm-hmm.
You think that it also differentiates between all of the different kind of dreamers?
Ooh, yes, that's even better, because you were both exposed to a different dreamer than me. You were exposed to the big Edie one.
Yeah.
Not. Yep.
Like she just like waves this like hand, like don't argue this, just like yes.
Yep.
And
Sure.
she like pauses and puts a finger to her chin and just goes, I was exposed to the one that is a bunch and also only one thing. Not multifaceted, but distinct. It's almost like like multiple three-dimensional things compiled into one space, which physically doesn't work, but I don't know how else to explain it. It's a little strange.
All right. Well, can you at least tell us a little bit more about all the weird shit that happens with you? Shit we can look out for?
Well, she awkwardly rubs the side of her
Why
arm.
don't you want to tell us? Because you clearly don't want to tell us.
She shrugs and rubs her arm a little bit faster. Well, it's kind of embarrassing.
Well, Maxine, you don't gotta be embarrassed about it. If anything, I'm just concerned that it's something serious and you might be in trouble or something.
No, I know, it's it's really embarrassing.
Legacy
Alright.
just like throws her hands in the air and looks to the others.
Look, would it help you if you only told one of us? But if you're not comfortable telling us at all, that's understandable if you're that embarrassed by it. Could you just, I don't know, assure us that it's not something too serious?
I can assure you it's not serious, but well, I can tell one of you if it'll make you feel better. And then you'll all be willing to trust them. Because if you don't trust me, then one of you who knows, you trust them, and that would work.
Sure. I'd be down. Does everyone agree with that?
Legacy
Who do
just
you
like
want to tell it to?
shrugs.
Pick your secret keeper.
Hmm. Well,
Can she see at this point?
no.
Okay, just making sure.
She's like scratches the back of her head and just goes, it's I'm not sure which one of you would be best.
Roll a die or something if you can't really pick.
Well, which one of you is the best with secrets?
Oh, that's me.
She lowers herself close to the ground, and you can see her feet are just barely dangling above it. And so she is bright red in the face, but she's like, okay, if you want to know.
If it gives these people some peace of mind, she'll lean over to Maxine so she can whisper it.
I will message you
Yeah.
the weird stuff that happens.
Okay.
Well, as the secret exchange is going on, and Maxine is relatively healthy. Can Legacy spot like a fucking sealed something or other that like can start like she can go put the box in? Because that's why we're here is the box.
Oh yeah, there's like even from where you're standing, there's several different places that you could find that are operably safe and contained areas to work with what would be chemicals.
Okay.
Cool. I guess while Legacy's looking. Oh. Sorry.
No, that was just Piper blowing her nose.
While Legacy is scouting the new corner of the lab that we're going to be taking over shortly, Kai is gonna fucking turn to Lockhart. Iris, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Lockhart
Alright.
hasn't really said anything. She's just
Yeah.
been observing.
Yeah, no, Kai's gonna be like, so, is there a reason why you had silent all of a sudden?
Isn't she silent all the time?
Nope.
Pretty
Not
sure she
all the
usually
time.
is.
Like, not all of the time, just most of the time.
When Legacy said that, she kind of like nodded over towards Legacy in response.
Can you say a single word at least or something?
Is
Is-
there a reason why you want me to talk?
Just making sure I didn't lose it or something. We were talking like 5 minutes ago, and all of a sudden you're radio fucking silent.
I'm just thinking, okay?
Alright. Is it about all of this shit? You want to, I don't know, talk about what you're thinking? Maybe we can compare notes and shit?
Hang on a second, dog.
Bella is a good girl.
From
She's very loud though.
further away, you get the legacy like snark of just you're asking Lockhart if she wants to talk. That is an oxymoron in and of itself.
Well, at least I can fucking do is ask. All right.
I don't think anybody is like if Lockhart wanted to do something, Lockhart would do something. I don't think anybody's gonna fucking stop her.
Yeah, but fucking giving her the option in case she didn't think of it or didn't.
Didn't think that she had a mouth.
No, didn't think she could talk to us. I don't know, reminding her that, hey, we're all on the same fucking team here. Maybe thinking if she wants to think out loud together is an option if she wants. So,
Does
Locke?
Jenny have anything to add to the conversation?
Alright. Fair enough, just thought I'd check in.
So Maxine,
Snort from Legacy.
Maxine finishes telling Neon, and then, like, again, still kind of red in the face, lifts herself up and just goes, "Okay, if you want to vouch for me that it's not serious."
That's how it was in 2006.
Hi, Mr. Amy.
Yeah, no.
What? Sorry. I completely missed if Piper said something. Is someone?
It's fine. She's fine.
She gives you a very meek thumbs up and just goes, "Okay, I want to bake, and I'm sure all of you want to bake too." And she pats the heads, or pats like the legs, or on her exoskeleton.
Really quick, we stopped over your legs, said that we could, number one. Number two, we need to use one of your controlled environment tables because we need to open something we don't know what it is.
Oh, is it gonna blow up? Well,
Probably not.
At all precautions, it might. We don't know. Probably not.
She
I'm just more
looks-
concerned about there being something like inside that we should not inhale.
Well, if you want, and you're sure it won't blow up, you can use the one over there. And she points. She is pointing. There's no clear direction aside
Can you-
from like upwards. Yeah, she's like, it doesn't narrow it down.
what model of machine you suggestion to use? Can you just tell me
Oh.
the model? I'll find it.
Right. Well, it's an ogre mock. Well, it's called the Sensodyne peeler, and it doesn't damage anything, but it's quite big. You should see a big tower that goes straight up into the ceiling, and like looking around, you can see several, but only one in the direction she pointed.
That's where Legacy's heading.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Thanks.
You're welcome. I'm going to go bake something,
Drink
and
some water.
I'll help you until you get your sight back.
thank you. And she starts to tromp out and up towards the kitchen, while her and Neon go bake. So those who are going to the chemical table, or
Yes.
actually, who of you is going? Is it everyone but Neon?
I mean, Kaya's going at least.
Kaya, Legacy,
Oh, as needed. Yep.
and Lockhart. Okay, so you go up to this machine. It is very broad and square. There's a table with a computer that appears to be some sort of analysis setup or operational device, and then there are if there's a glass viewing chamber, there's manipulators that are on the inside of the chamber. So it's like Kaya's familiar with it, and I mean she's used stuff that basically looks like this. So even if she wasn't, it's probably works the same. So she cracks it open. You take the box and set it in there. You don't have to break the seal before placing it in there, because you can break the seal while it is encased in the chamber.
Cool.
Ooh.
Yeah. So you set it in there and go to crack it open. Who is doing the manipulation?
Well, I imagine if it's manipulation, that means Kaya's doing it because she does all the fucking drone shit.
I assume Kaya, unless someone else wants to take a crack at it.
Okay. Larry presses his face to the glass and is looking at the robot manipulators in there while you're doing it. Go ahead and roll me a drone use.
Drone use. Let's go. I'd like to boost this, please.
Yes.
Because I'm a paranoid motherfucker.
Mhm.
As you know.
Yes. That
This
was a
session and last session, all of my boosts have been ones.
that
This is bullshit.
that was a um, okay. So you go towards the case, and these manipulators are a lot more kind of dainty than what you're used to. So you go to open it, and the seal is quite strong. So you clamp it down and start to grab at it again, and grab and yank it and kind of pull and try to grab at it from a different angle, because you're trying not to make the manipulators bend or warp. And then eventually, you just kind of get frustrated. And make me a short fuse check.
Oh no! What I roll for that?
Clever plus short fuse plus 2d6. And you want to roll
What,
low.
plus 2d6?
Yes, you want to roll low.
Okay, so I'm rolling 4d6 plus clever plus 2?
Oh, no, sorry. It's just 2d6, yeah. 2d6 plus clever plus the thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a standard roll.
You know, how much you want to bet this is going to be a high roll? Yep, that's what I fucking thought.
So you're manipulating it. Legacy, you're watching this transpire. It's like the case is pretty sturdy. And Kaya's getting pretty fucking fed up with it, because it would be easy to do with your hands, which aren't even robotic. Like, why is it so difficult to do with literal robot arms that are just as big as your hand? It's not like they're weak. I don't understand why it... And then you hear a... And you see that the lid to the box just twisted and sheared off.
Okay,
And,
then.
The inside of it, as soon as it, like, you twist it and shear it off, it just... All of the compressed air just... instantly fogs up the glass. And then after a few seconds, it dies down. You can see that the contents didn't spill or break, seemingly. You just ripped the lid off.
Oops.
From where you're standing at the little viewing area, Larry just goes, strong. And you can see inside of the container, it looks like there's a vial, like a small health potion sized little ampule of some kind, and then a like black some sort of piece of hardware that looks... I don't know how to describe it, because it's bigger than a lighter, it's smaller than a remote. It's almost a cylindrical shape. It has a couple of interesting, like, geometric edges to it. It has the same sort of profile as like a thermometer you use in baking. Just like the little black handle, the digital thermometer, and then the metal spoke. Just remove the metal spoke. It's just that black handle part.
Can you find an
Find a
image
picture.
Thank
yeah,
you.
Hold on, let me find it.
Because like
Or
I,
Chef
you said,
Iris.
you said digital thermometers. Those come in all sorts of shapes and sizes.
This is, you know what? That's a fair point.
Yeah.
Oh, this is perfect. So something like this.
Okay.
More specifically, just you can see that it looks more like this piece. It doesn't have that spoke on the bottom, and it doesn't have a visible screen. And they're both of these things are encased in very, very tightly packed foam. Very, very likely that these are fragile things.
Okay.
Okay. Kaya's gonna take a hand off of the controls. Just like fucking hit pause on them. Take a step back. It's like, fucking things open. Alright, give me a fucking minute. Hold on.
Is there any way that I can run some sorts of test on the like computer on the outside of this to like
Make sure it's not toxic.
yeah.
Yes, that is well within the capabilities of the machine. You did. It's a pretty standard practice to, if anything is released within the chamber, run an internal scan to see if anything toxic is inside the atmosphere or anything potentially harmful to humans has been released. With a quick scan, you can find that there's no airborne substances of any kind. It doesn't seem like there's any toxic substances of any kind. There are chemicals that are released from the inside of the box that are sanitation chemicals meant to preserve and prevent the formation of germs and funguses. But those are non-toxic. And there is an unknown... It doesn't know what the device is. It can scan it and show it to you physically, but it does not have a register of any sort of thing that this could be. And then the other vial, the little ampule, is 98-ish, 98% blood. And it gives you the list of the type, the different like counts and contents.
It's like blood, like a preservative or something, I'm assuming.
The extra 2% is unidentifiable.
Cool. That's great.
There's several, like, the only warning indications that you can see are, like, it's warning you, like, I could not identify the unknown technical object, and I cannot identify the remaining substance that is mixed in with the blood. Recommendations: do not inject the blood into your own bloodstream. Do not ingest the blood.
Okay.
Contact your supervisor for more instruction.
So, we need to figure out whose blood this is. Is it in like a little like
Like a vial?
yeah, like a medical vial where you can insert like a needle? Or
It's
is
in
it
an ampule.
It's in like a little thing like that.
Wait, what?
I said ampule. I'm not.
Do you know what an ampule is?
No.
That's the kind of shit you store bromine in. Essentially, you take a chemical and you pour it
Oh.
into a test tube. Well, at least how I know how to do it, you pour it into a test tube, and then you fucking hit that end of the test tube with a fucking blowtorch until the glass melts, and then you slowly pull the rest of it away, and it seals the glass. So the only way to open it is to break the glass. That's how an ampule is. It's perfectly sealed. It's the only way you can store an element like bromine because bromine is constantly releasing gas, which would slowly leak out of any other type of container. Even if you were to line it. Sorry, I'm
No, you're good.
getting into chemistry stuff.
Fucking artificer.
Yeah,
ass.
like that's the part immediately, and you argued with us about you being an artificer.
Listen, I just watched Nile Red on YouTube. Okay,
I don't
That's
even know
all
who
I
that
do.
is. But the thing that is inside it is very much just a straightforward looking. It has a metal, like mechanical seal on top instead of like a standard plastic one. But it is like a blood vial, like a modern blood vial.
Okay. So
One of these bad boys, because this is the kind of thing you would
Yeah.
be able to take samples out of. I think.
so
Yeah, it's one of those, except the lid on the top isn't isn't like a rubber stopper or a plastic screw-on lid. It is like there's a it looks like a mechanical, some sort of technical lid on top
Okay.
of the glass vial.
So would there be a way to try and insert a needle and get like a drop or two out of that, or is that metal lid gonna be preventing that completely?
From where? No, there'd be a way to examine it from the outside of the machine. So manipulating it from the outside, you can see that the mechanical lid appears to be some sort of safety mechanism to prevent exactly what you're hoping to do, like to prevent someone from just taking blood for their own purposes, whatever they may be. The actual vial itself is glass, so technically you can just break the glass, but getting through the lid, it would there's some sort of security software that would have to be dealt with.
Okay. When Kaya seems to have her shit together a little bit more, Legacy will ask her to just bring the machine a little bit closer so that she can try to figure out what that is in particular before she tries reaching for anything or having it brought out.
Oh yeah, Kaya had to like step away for a second, like I don't know, take a deep breath. I don't know, retie her hair. But like after like a minute or two, she's like, "Yeah, sure. How close you want it? Like this?" Puts it up to the
Yep.
screen,
Mhm.
turns it.
As close as you can get so that Legacy can take a look.
All right, against the glass it is.
Okay, so roll me a drone use. You can get it really close without putting it up against the glass.
No,
without
that was
rolling.
a joke.
Okay, I was
That,
like,
that was Kaya making a joke of like, all right, against the glass it is.
okay, I thought you were just. I was
No.
like, oh, okay, holy shit, you really wanna
No.
do this, huh?
That was
So
Kaya
you,
making a joke.
yeah, so you turn it and twist it and bring it closer to the glass. And after a second, you're like, okay, well, there's a viewing device in there. So you twist it and pulled it up closer to the camera, the internal viewing device. Looking at it from there, unless you remove it from the case, you can't really glean anything from it. There's no port, there's no switch, there's no light. It just looks like a opaque, black, metallic thing, like a rod segment.
Can I do a quick scan from where I am to see if it's emitting a signal?
You
Not trying to hack it, just trying to see
Can-
if there's a signal.
Sure, yeah. Go ahead and roll hacking for that, but you're not actually going to break through the security because of it.
Mhm. Technically should be
So-
13, I think.
So best you can tell, doesn't seem to be broadcasting anything. Like it's kind of a shrug, and it's you've never really encountered a hermetically sealed case made by that corporation that I can't remember. The Hergatz
Pharmaceuticals.
Liao. Yeah, you've never encountered a case by them, but just from the physical shape of the case and the thickness of the wall and foam, the nature of how it's packed, it would be pretty hard to get a signal out of it, but you don't think that it was built to keep it from broadcasting a signal. So it doesn't seem like this thing broadcasts anything.
Alright. Guess Legacy wants to take a look at the device first. She's still pondering what to do with the blood. I don't know
Okay.
if there's any, like, claw machine drop down to get things out of them.
Yeah, there's a way to manipulate it and take certain elements out and then keep other ones in. If you're going to grab it with the manipulators, the device, Kaya will need to make a drone use check.
Well, doesn't she already have it in the manipulators?
I assumed you were looking at it by holding the box.
Oh. Sure. Alright.
Yeah.
I'll roll again. I'd like to boost it this time because apparently Kaya is not having a great night.
Oh no.
She hasn't had her coffee today.
There you go.
She
So
hasn't actually.
you're fine. You've been handling it, and you can take it, like, very carefully reach over, pinch the top of it, and slide it out of the box, and deposit it in what is basically like a holding area that is it's like the oh my god, the air chamber in a spaceship where
Yeah.
it's sealed in with that side, and then it sets in there, it closes off to that side, and then acclimates to the outside. So you look at it a bit closer now, and you can see that the way that it looks, it's like it fits into the palm of your hand. It's kind of like a remote, kind of like there's no buttons on it. There's no screen, there's no light, there's no anything really that sticks out. The only thing that you can see very, very visibly is there's a horizontal seam, like a line, across the middle section.
Is that like a meaning that it's like it doesn't unscrew or anything? Because that's gonna be Legacy's first instinct. Is like, just unscrew.
Flathead.
Yes. So you tug on it, and it's pretty tightly sealed. Roll me a tough check, and if you're putting that much gusto behind it.
Fucking no.
It depends on how hard you want to try to twist and yank.
She's not gonna try to do anything particularly hard. She's just trying to
Okay.
see if this is like, okay, I see a line. Does that mean this is a screw? Nope. Okay, does it mean it pulls apart? Like little motions.
Okay. Little motions. You can tell it doesn't give immediately, but it seems like it might. So, like, just from the construction of it and from its nature, you've not seen anything like this, but you would be damned if that is not the seal of what is ostensibly another container. So just looking at it, you're like, how the fuck do you open it? How the fuck do you open it? Like, there's no way you're supposed to just wrench the bitch free, right? Like, how hard do you have to turn? But it doesn't want to give. So I will say you can roll a clever, and if Kaya is nearby, Kaya can help,
Yeah.
or Kaya can roll her own.
So is it Kaya helping advantage or boost?
Helping is advantage.
Yeah, sure. Help. Cheer you on. You got this. That guy can only boost after you roll. I'd like to boost.
Go ahead. Roll the boosty. You don't need a hell of a lot. You're close.
Alright, Z, roll a d6.
Perfect. Okay. So you're looking at it. You're dead fucking certain that it's got to open there, and you just don't know how or why. Kaya, you're looking at it, and you saw something like this on. Wait, does Kaya watch TV?
No.
Nope.
No.
She listens to audiobooks, podcasts, and she's watched Moneyball. That's all she's seen.
I think out of the
Okay.
roommates, Legacy was actually the one that ended up watching most TV, and that was only like passively in the background and not actually watching.
Okay, so it goes like this, right? So you're Legacy twisting at it and holding at it, and you don't put a lot of gusto behind it, and you're just kind of looking at it like, And then Kaya, you pluck it out of Legacy's hands, and you are like ready to yank and twist like you're trying to open up the world's toughest can of spaghetti sauce. You're ready to bust this bitch wide open with the elbow grease. And
You just get like
Legacy-
the no.
yeah, Legacy, you're like immediately as soon as she goes to like it positions her arm, does that thing where she's like loading her arm with torque needed to break something. You're immediately like no, and you're remembering there was you weren't watching this, but in an NCIS adjacent shitty cop progress show, like a crime and punishment-esque type deal, you were casually glancing at the screen, and you remembered there was a maglock, a security system that was otherwise invisible in any respect. There is no need for a light or a screen or any sort of outward device provided you have the magnetic key. You would very easily swipe the magnetic key in the appropriate place and it would pop open.
Legacy just like plucks the thing back out of Kaya's hand and looks at it and looks at Kaya's arm and like walks to the side and just starts rolling the thing along Kaya's arm because it's magnetized.
Wow.
Legs, you mind filling me in on what the fuck's going on?
It
Got a
opens.
magnet.
It opens?
Yep.
Oh, sweet. Cool.
That shouldn't have worked, but there's no way I can't let it not work. Like it's just like hold still. Starts rubbing this thing against you. Just but
Just,
it's a little like hard at first because you're not sure where to put it, like whether you put it flat side down or the kind of round side towards the arm. So you're kind of like rolling it along her arm for a second, and then you're sliding it like up and down on the flat side. Then you go back to rolling it, and then when you roll it in one particular way, just almost randomly, you hear a slight like whirring noise, and then that little horizontal slit in the center just boom, opens up about a tenth or half a centimeter, just enough that you notice it.
Legacy's just the queen of the stupid responses. It work.
yeah, shit works. If it looks stupid, but it works, it ain't fucking stupid.
Or she'll take a step back and like just revealing something, or is it opening into another compartment?
It is so when you it just opens, and when you pull off the lid, it is on a rail. So it sort of slides open, revealing on the inside there is it looks like a bare bones stripped SD card. It's much more thin. So it is about like 1 centimeter long, barely any sort of like less than a millimeter in thickness. It is extremely thin, and then it's rectangular, so it's about like half a centimeter, maybe 3 or 4 millimeters in length. So it's a little puny thing that is suspended in the middle of this black cylindrical type device. You don't have to roll for this. That shit looks fragile.
Yeah. Legacy just like stares at it for a second. But it's clearly something that probably gets put into a computer or a processing unit of some sort.
Yeah. As far as you can tell, that is some type of advanced storage device that plugs into some type of computer. Don't know what the fuck it does, don't know what the fuck could be on it, but
Well,
it's
that's
not
a funny
standardized,
puzzle.
that's for sure.
Yeah. She'll let Kaya and Lockhart, if Lockhart's still hanging around, kind of watching, see. And then she'll slowly close the, like, device again. She's like, I'm not touching it until I know where I'm putting this thing.
How? The fucking dimensions on that thing. I can't think of anything that would fucking take that.
It's probably some sort of specialized computer or unit of some sort, or maybe even sliding into a larger SD card or something like that. They did that a few times. It's... I need to go digging, I think. But this is an easy problem to figure out eventually. She, like, shakes the thing and then turns and points at the blood. That is a little bit harder.
Well, the box kind of broken. So, should I don't know, fucking throw some fucking duct tape in there, seal the box shut, or some shit, and take it with us? What do you want me to do with it? Any thoughts? Legs, lock?
I mean, the box was very clearly just trying to keep these two fragile items in one piece. It wasn't necessarily, like, climate controlled or anything.
Yeah, but like,
That was
I
a
don't think
question
you
to
want to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Because of the nature of the different packages, they would be innately climate controlled. This box was meant to be the defense mechanism
Okay.
from physical impact.
Well, we don't want to break it, but also kind of need to know whose it is. Like, is there any, like, labeling on it that we can see?
On the blood?
Yeah.
Yes, you can see that there's labeling on it. There's a handful of different medical denotations about blood type, about the amount of blood that's in the sample, certain like blood counts, etc. But I don't know if they're typically stored with a name, but in this case it would be. So you can see on that vial, it is it has Gronik Krishnov on the side of it.
So it's the lawyer's blood.
Yes, it is his blood.
The fuck's in his blood?
I don't know.
Alright, well,
Maybe Maxine has some blood testing shit here.
maybe.
Question. You haven't pulled the blood vial out of the chamber yet, right?
No.
No.
Okay. Just want
It
to
is
make
still
sure.
in the box in the chamber.
We're not touching it until we have a plan on what we're about to do with that thing.
Is the box just broken? Can't use it to hold the blood anymore?
No, the lid's broken. You can keep the little vial in the foam and just carry an opened box.
Can we, like, close the box? Could Kaya fix the box a little bit to give it a lid? Or reopen the lid?
It would not be as durable as it once was. So
No,
the actual hinge that was holding it is
Mhm.
sheared and torn. Like the metal has been sheared off and split.
I think she's more
So-
thinking of like putting the lid on top and just duct taping the whole damn thing together.
Just make it secure for transport.
You could do that. Like if you spent enough time and were really careful with it, you could do that. Because the only thing that you would have to worry about is making sure that once you set the lid down and the top part of it, where the foam inserts on the other half of the object, you want to make sure that it doesn't slide and just shatter it. So you just have to make a very secure
Duct tape ball.
like tape.
Could I?
Yeah, you know what? If you're gonna just tape it, you're gonna tape it left and right and top and bottom.
was
A lot of
gonna-
tape.
I was gonna ask if that possible, or if we're in a lab. I assume Maxine has. How do I? Fuck. What's the 40-ounce cylindrical containers?
Oh, like
and
a flask?
foam? Not like a
Or-
flask, more like a plastic container, and use foam to cut out a hole and basically make a holder for it, the way that you would store
Oh,
a vial.
like a pelican case.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, okay. Well, there are other carrying cases that you could probably find in here. You'd have to ask Maxine because there's like from just your walking around the lab in the short amount of time you've been here, it's a pretty sizable lab and there ain't shit for transport materials.
Okay. Okay, well, Kaya's just, I guess.
We could just put a
yeah.
piece of foam on top as a lid.
We don't need to be
Yeah.
carrying this around anywhere. It's gonna get broken anyway. Like, it's gonna live in somebody's labs.
Well, Maxine's a bioengineer. Can't we just have her tested after she's done baking?
You're up baking with her. We're talking to Neon's ghost.
I know, you're talking out of character, Piper.
It's
That's
that
what
is-
I
that is
asked
incredibly-
earlier. Of like, doesn't she have like blood testing equipment? And immediately we started talking about transporting it. That question got ignored.
I honestly just meant just to carry it to the testing thing. I don't want to accidentally drop this. Can I close the lid and duct tape it until we're ready to test it?
Duct tape it, carry it 40 feet, and then start shearing tape off.
We don't know what the fuck is in that blood.
Fair enough. So I will assuage some of your fears. You would not need to worry about dropping and shattering it, just transporting it within the lab you're already in.
Okay.
Unless
Thank
you decide to, for some reason, do parkour or sprint or some other dumb shit, I'm just gonna say, yeah, you can carry this like glass vial from one end of the room to the other and not have to worry about it. Like, it would be fine in your pocket. It's just a matter of if you're doing any intense, strenuous activity that risks it getting jostled around and dropped. I will also say Maxine doesn't doesn't have equipment that is explicitly made for blood testing, but she is able to do blood testing due to the nature of some of her work. She has the ability to like deep dive and sort of interrogate very, very small and specific types of like bacterium and other things. So she very easily can turn that towards blood analysis.
So I guess Legacy's gonna just turn on her heel and head towards the kitchen. As soon as she hits the door, it's like, Maxine, I got another mystery if you want one.
In the kitchen, as soon as you walk out of the lab, it is just slammed in the face with the smell of 1,000 wonderful things coming this way. What the fuck is this?
That is Amy being artificer with her
Contigo,
crazy...
that deadass looks like a shaker cup water bottle with foam shoved on the top and bottom of it.
That's because that's what it is.
Okay, good. I'm glad that I'm not crazy, because I was like, that it can't be. But you are gifted with the lovely smell of blueberries and cherries and strawberries as they are being baked into 1,000 fluffy muffins with a thin I don't know what it's called, like a reduction drizzle.
Mm-hmm. Glaze.
Yeah, just a very light glaze. It's very nice. And Neon actually did quite a bit of the like pretty plating. Very impressive for having someone who's like not professional chef. This is like, yeah, you could hand that to a judge and they'd be like, cool.
Neon's a ninja, right?
Yeah.
Flower
Yeah.
arranging. That's totally a ninja
Yeah.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you walk in and you see Maxine. She looks a lot better, and in the amount of time that you've gone, she has gone from like staring absent-mindedly in a direction to like squinting her eyes very, very intensely. She seems to be able to have vision, though it's probably quite blurry. And you walk in with the blood and the
No,
metal
the blood
thing.
is staying in the thing until they decide where it's going.
Oh. Okay.
No, Legacy
what?
just... The blood is staying in the, like, little...
In the chamber?
chamber. Until they decide what we're doing, until we, like, collectively decide what we're doing with it.
Yeah.
Unless Kaya just wants to take the blood out.
No, fuck that. I will also state that Kaya is making sure Larry is with her and not a toddler running around a laboratory when our backs are turned.
He wants to play with the manipulators, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
He
Legacy's
really
like,
does want to play with the manipulators.
busts through the door. I got another mystery.
As you bust in the door, like, Maxine, her exoskeleton twists and spins her around so she can see you, and she's like, oh, cool. Well, I can see a little, so maybe I can help. Now, not that I couldn't before. What's the mystery?
Mystery blood.
Blood?
Mm-hmm.
Your blood?
Not my blood. Blood of somebody else. But it's like 98% blood and 2% we don't know.
She narrows her eyes, just goes, whose blood is it?
It's just some dudes who's in this vial. We got this box.
I
He has an unfortunate
you-
name.
you're gonna need to roll a deception check.
Some dude.
To lie.
The truth.
Yeah, she's technically telling the truth. Some dude, they got the
You-
box.
You are telling the truth, but you know the name and the status of this person.
Well,
It's
and
not.
she said that he has an unfortunate name. She said that in character.
You are hiding the fact that you know it is a Tetsuo defense lawyer. You need to deceive.
I'm gonna boost this. It's probably still not gonna work out well for me. Hey, it actually did work out well for me. Fuck you.
Ooh.
Okay, fair. So some dude with a really unfortunate name. She just blinks and just goes, "Oh, where did you get it? Did you take it from him? Is he dead?"
No. No. Well, I don't. Not last time I checked.
Oh, when did you last check?
Like, last night? 'Cause he was alive last night. We didn't take it from him. It's a nice fancy vial with, like, labels and shit. We just want to know what's going on.
Maxine is like very incredulous, but she Ooh. she's gonna like scratch her chin for a second and just go, so you got some blood from a guy with a really unfortunate name, but you didn't take it from him. It was in a really nice vial.
Mm.
Why do you have his blood?
Oh, it came with, like, a little, like, SD card of things I was going for. Digging for information.
An SD card?
Well, something. Like, that doesn't plug into any of the computers here, as far as I can tell. I'm gonna have to figure out where it goes.
She like immediately goes into her own headspace and just goes, well, I'm not really good with microtech, but I could probably actually run a lot of analysis on the blood to see what type it is and what other chemicals might be present.
Oh, you can do that here? In your lab? You have all that shit for that?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Could we convince you to do that for us? Because I was just like, okay, that's blood, but when it's like 2% not, now I'm concerned because I don't know what it is.
She, again, like, regards you dubiously. So...
Don't look at me like that. We met because we were talking about fucking conspiracy theorist dreamer shit. This is not nearly as weird.
Hey, it's not weird, but...
It is weird.
Oh, well, it's definitely weird. But this is the type of weird that involves people, and I don't like people.
I don't think most of us here do. But I just want to know what's in the blood. You don't gotta talk to the dude.
She sets down. For the record, I should have described this, but her baking attire, it's just her lab coat and her normal clothes, like a white shirt and her black trousers, with a ridiculous, like, bright pink Mrs. Nesbit apron and extremely extra large, puffy, fluffy oven mitts. And she, with this really intense look on her face, that's the muffin she's holding down, and starts to clamber over towards you on her exoskeleton.
Mm-hmm.
So, is this guy a friend of yours?
No.
Why do you have his blood then?
Because we're concerned that he knows about something that happened to another friend of ours.
At this point, I think we should just be honest with her. She
She-
is helping us at this point.
She holds up her hand and just goes, "Wait, I don't want to know if it's gonna make me liable for something."
Mm. Yeah. That's why we're
Okay,
not telling
in
you.
that case,
Just know that we didn't do anything to him to get the blood. And we're not necessarily planning on doing anything to him. We just want to know why the fuck his blood is like this.
next to a SD card at that.
Mm.
He rubs her chin and just goes, Are there any trackers in it?
No.
Huh.
Well, at least none in the box that it was in. And not in the container for the card. I don't know if there's some type of special tracking shit that can be put in blood at this point, but I don't think so because I've not heard about it.
I haven't either. Fucking hope that's not possible.
I mean, usually dark web is pretty good on like murmurs about that shit if that stuff starts coming around.
Yeah, there's nothing that you would have heard of that is like for blood tracking. And she narrows her eyes again and says, I guess I could. So long as there's no tracking. And if anybody asks, we never had this conversation.
Exactly.
She nods. So where's the blood at?
I left it in the machine because I didn't
Wait.
want to carry it through
Hold
your
up.
house.
She holds up a hand, and then she reaches over behind her with one of her appendages, and it stretches out, grabs 2 muffins from a tray, and then takes them and holds them right up to you. She's like, take one.
Slowly takes one.
And she hands the other one to Kaya.
Oh shit, thanks.
You got a cherry one, and Legacy got a strawberry one.
Legs.
What?
Trade?
Like, they slowly trades.
Thanks. Pat on head.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's still in your lab.
I'm still on a machine.
I didn't think you'd want us just carrying a vial of blood through your house in case like, we tripped or fell or something.
Nods
Especially
again, like
mystery blood.
Makes sense. Well, when do you need this by?
No rush.
Yeah, no rush. I mean, sooner rather than later. If possible, simply because I don't think you want mystery blood sitting in your lab either, just without knowing what's in it.
She nods. Seems sympathetic. That just goes, sure. And what's in it for me?
I can buy you a recipe book.
She looks at you and raises an eyebrow and just goes, please. And then you see a claw like reach up and swipe one of the cabinets open, and there's like 40 recipe books in there.
I'll buy you one you haven't gotten yet.
Which one would I have not gotten? I've gotten every English printing one that is sold on the station.
What about a Japanese one?
She just blinks at you. Well, I can't read Japanese.
But you could translate it and get authentic Japanese cuisine.
Roll a manipulation check.
Have you ever had mochi before?
I'm gonna boost it.
It's not a bad thing to boost.
Nope.
Hell yeah. Okay, so she's like looks at you for a second and looks at all of the recipe books she has, and she like puts her hands on her hips and just goes, okay. That's it. I'll help you. For a recipe book. But she points at you, Neon. You have to help me translate it.
Okay. Shouldn't be too hard.
She looks very pleased with herself and she just goes, ha, you all caved. I would have done it for one baked good.
I mean, I could drop one off next time I bake something.
I mean, if you want like food, like Kaya will just bring you food. Kaya just brings people food.
Yeah.
She looks at you and then looks at Kai and just goes, I'm going to alter the deal. And pray I do not alter it further. And she takes a muffin and then eats a muffin. Very menacingly.
Blink. Reference over Kaya's head. Chomps happily into strawberry muffin.
You gotta make her the coffee cake.
Coffee cake haven't made in a while. Sure. You want that? You want something else?
Cake. She
Like,
looks
what
like
do you want?
I don't know if you heard it, but she like mumbles under her breath, like in a shell-shocked way, just like, "Oh my god, I love coffee cake."
Yeah, do you want that? You want something else? Whatever the fuck you want. Let me know.
Grabs the side of her head, just like, "There's so many possibilities." Wait, hold on. I need to go look at the blood. Where's the blood at? And she just starts tromping past you, just start walking towards the lab.
The machine.
Like, as he just trails behind, like, looks over her shoulder at Kaya. Well, I guess the cooking does come in handy on occasion.
What? What? It comes in handy every fucking time we eat. The fuck you talking about?
Again, cup noodles is a thing. And it is perfectly fine.
Cup noodles is fucking... Fuck off.
Okay, so for the sake of brevity, she will take the blood and run it through a gambit of tests. Are you going to stay there for the tests?
Depends on how long it seems to be taking.
Yeah.
She would need a few, like at least 1 or 2 days.
Okay.
But the only thing that she would be able to tell you immediately. Okay, well we'll just go through this. So she tromps back to the lab, goes over to the machine, and rather than use the manipulators, she just extends one of the claws up and into the. Well, no, she can't do that. Never mind. She has one of the claws actually use the manipulators to move the internal components so that she can get to the blood. And she's quite good, like fast and efficient at manhandling this little vial. But she reaches over, plucks it out of the box, takes it to the little deposit area, and then the door closes and opens on your side, and she walks over and plucks it with her 2 fingers and holds it up to her eye. And you can see everyone I assume everyone's there. When she reaches out and grabs it and holds it up, she's holding it by the lid portion. And at the bottom of the vial appears to be some type of tiny, maybe it's not sediment, but it looks like a tiny lump. It's barely half a centimeter. But it is submerged in the blood.
Well, that's not reassuring.
She looks at it and like holds it real close to her eye and blinks. Huh, what's that?
No idea.
Shrug. Munch.
Probably want to have every safety precaution you can get while you're messing with that thing. Because blood should not do that. I'm not a doctor, but I know that.
Well, I'll figure out what it is, probably. And she'll reach out with one of her appendages and reach into a container area, pull something out of a drawer, and wheel it back over to her. And it is like what appears to be like a small cigarette case, almost. And she cracks it open, and you can see that it is literally like a vial, a row of different vials of what appears to be just saline, empty saline solution at the bottom vial. And she pulls one out, and then puts that one in instead, and closes it, and sticks it into the breast pocket of her lab coat. And she looks at the saline solution and shrugs and just goes, Well, turns around, puts her hands on her hips, and now she's just looking out over the span of her lab. Is there anything else you needed?
No, not at the moment. But thank you, and you might want to be just a little more cautious if you go diving into the internet again. I mean, it sounds cool, but like your legs didn't know what to do. We didn't know what to do.
She holds up a finger and starts to not waggle it at you, but sort of uses it as emphasis to go you make a good point. I think I need to build some sort of thing that will help if I get stuck in the internet again.
Yeah, that'd be a
Or-
good idea.
I could just call you all.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that too. We can try to come over, and next time if we come over and you know that we're here, don't panic when we fucking try to reach out to you and get you back in your body.
Well, she reaches up and she tugs at the end of her hair very lightly, just kind of in a embarrassed gesture. And she's like, "Well, I didn't know that you would be here."
Perhaps a safe hug. Try if there's next time.
What's a good safe word?
Lockhart looks over at Kaya eating a muffin. Muffins? Perhaps?
She looks and just goes, "Strawberry muffins."
Yes.
She nods. Good.
So, what she was doing was kind of similar to what Ben Getty's working on, correct?
Similar, yes.
Similar.
Ben Geddes is
Your consciousness is still in your body, more or less.
yeah.
Bengetti's is next level VR.
Yeah, his is effectively just really, really high tech VR, but you're still in your own body. This would be your fucking brain is now inside of this computer. It is
Mhm.
way more of a risky, intense play.
Brain got Control X and Control V'd.
What the difference is, what I'm understanding from it, is her shit is Johnny Silverhand in Cyberpunk. His shit is the Netrunners that are just plugged into the chairs.
Yeah. Like a netrunner can, if you absolutely need to, be yanked out of the chair and carried. Like they would go into like a pseudo coma where they're unconscious for some indeterminate amount of time. But hers, if you unplug her body, there is no way for her to get back to it. Like she would be unplugged. And that is a weird that's a weird one, champ.
But there is overlap.
There is overlap.
Mm-hmm.
There is overlap. Specifically overlap on the sensory input portion and the control. Like having motor control in a space where you are not physically there. There is overlap in that regard. Because Bengetti wants to his goal is to give the person in the machine the ability to more physically and directly interact with the network as though they were like playing a video game. And hers is, yeah, but I could just become an element of the internet. If that makes sense.
There's a level of detachment in Benghetti's that's a little bit safer than hers. Put it that way.
Yeah. You can unplug from Benghetti's. You can't unplug from hers and be okay. There's some weird shit that might happen.
So technically, them working together could they could help each other.
Oh
It's
god.
possible.
No.
Oh god.
For the love of God, no.
Yeah, that's not like Amy says that because Amy, I'm assuming, is just like that's two mad scientists and two mad scientists together don't need to work. I will say no because my character is going to go into one of these things at some point. And I don't want that level. Like, no. No, thank you.
So Lockhart stayed downstairs while everyone was upstairs talking, right? Could I have taken a picture of her notes on the whiteboard with my phone?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And
You don't
again,
even have to roll for it.
remember that the conversation between Legacy and Lockhart about Benghetti's issues has happened.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
Okay. Yeah, you take a picture of her notes with no issue. And if there's anything else y'all want to do, she is going to continue baking until her eyesight comes all the way back, and then she will play around with the blood thing.
If it's clear it's gonna take a little bit of time, Legacy wants to go home and get the fucking decryption started on the massive stack of data that she now has
Yes.
to parse
Mhm.
and consider if and who she wants to bring in to help parse the data.
Mhm. And all of what I said before still stands. Like, Base would be good at this. Hijack he'd be okay at it. He could definitely do it. He could also probably outsource. That would be one of the things he would consider doing, unless you told him not to. He would consider going through the networks of people he knows to say like, hey, who's good at this sort of shit. But you go to the apartment or to Benghetti's to start the decryption.
Well, since we've redone and we've answered at least as much of the mystery of the box as possible, Legacy has no reason to go to Benghetti's.
Gotcha.
So she
Okay.
is heading back to the apartment.
I assume Lockhart's car is over at their apartment, so
Yes,
I'll go.
I
with
believe y'all
everyone.
piled into the land tank.
Mm-hmm.
And Larry's screen would still be cracked, so
Yes, his screen is still cracked. He also has
Yeah.
not. He does not know like anything about the siblings or whatever yet.
Okay.
Kaya would have to head that direction to get him fixed.
Yeah, well, I assume she could fix it on her own too, right?
Yeah, it's not
Or
a
would it
hard
take
fix.
Time? Okay.
It would take like an hour. It's easy. It's literally it's just a screen, so it's not even like his face is broken. It's just the panel is
Mhm.
the glass pane is broken, and the panel behind it has been like something has been jarred loose from the impact. But that's, I mean, it's not like he has a software issue or even like intense hardware damage of any kind.
Okay.
So if you were to go to the apartment, you could do that with no problem.
Yeah. I mean, the box mystery is done. So Kai doesn't really have a reason to go to Benghetti's either, other
Mhm.
than just to say hi.
And nerd out because, like, at this point, the last, like, communication she was having with Benghetti was, like, freak out of, like, he's saying sentences.
Right.
And if I recall, he said something like, "Yeah, I'll show you all my findings from the research on the copies,"
Yeah.
which you would tip you off now because of copies.
Copies. It's like, okay, well, Kaya will see that, read it again, and Kaya, she's gonna assume it's a typo. He's like, what? Copies? No, it's probably just a typo.
Okay.
She's a good person who trusts her
Mhm.
friends.
Mm-hmm.
So, but if it's not too pressing, it's literally just Kaya. Only motivation to go to Benghetti's is to just nerd out with him. There is no pressing issue.
Gotcha. So if there's no rush to get to Benghetti's, we can say that y'all go to your separate places and adjourn for the evening and reconvene sometime later.
Sure.
Unless anyone has any roleplay stuff that they want to do.
There's just a lot of waiting and going through, ticking down the time to decrypt, let Lockhart start shuffling through paperwork, let Maxine start doing all the tests on the blood, so
Mm-hmm.
we've entered into the time-intensive side of things again.
Oh, yeah, Kaya's got a lot of shit to do. How is her projects coming along, Joe? How's the bracelet coming along?
How's the bracelets? I believe you've made 2 at this
Mhm.
point,
Yeah, okay.
and you're trying to make 1 for everybody, so 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She would need monies to get supplies.
Yes. So I will say that you've made the 2 bracelets that are functional. You haven't really made any progress on the bike because you've been focusing on trying to get the bracelets knocked out first and foremost.
Mm-hmm.
But you also have a bunch of bikes to work with now that you can totally cannibalize.
Yeah, the trauma bike.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Whatever happened to the 2 bikes we left parked outside? Are they still there?
Yep,
Like, did
they're still
Lockhart-
there.
Did they last?
I imagine we
evening?
probably had to, like, move them into the garage or something at some point. There has to be,
Yeah,
like, a parking garage of some sort for this apartment complex.
There's a parking garage for it. It's very very cramped, but it's easy enough that you could wheel them in there and
Pile 'em in.
pile them in.
Pile them into one parking spot.
Yup.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
There's-
would Lockhart have taken a bike?
Yeah, I was actually gonna say,
Hmm.
Lockhart would like to ask Kaya to teach her how to ride a motorcycle.
Oh.
Kaya would say yes.
Cool.
Sure. Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Okay. Wasn't expecting you to be that free that soon.
What? Can you repeat that? You're quiet.
I wasn't expecting you to be free that soon.
I mean, all I've got are these projects, but I mean, I'm making my own fucking schedule, so.
Lockhart, like, I wasn't expecting you to be free that soon. Looking at her schedule, I have to teach Marcus how to do some dumb bullshit tomorrow.
That was literally the next thing I was gonna ask. Like, how's Marcus's training going along?
I think you've got 3 sessions in at this point.
Hmm.
It's slow. It's slow progress, but
Still progress.
It's there. It's still progress. It's
Yeah.
definitely like, it's definitely what you would expect from someone who is determined but never really learned or practiced this sort of thing in earnest, in like a really, really intense way. A lot of strain, a lot of frustration and lost patience from him, not you. Though a little bit from you, but you don't, like, I imagine Lockhart's very controlled with her reaction.
Yep.
Yeah. But Marcus would 100%, like, he gives off the distinct impression of a person who is, like, doggedly determined and making progress at a rate that's pretty average.
Could I add something? I'll just a small little something to his training regimen without him knowing.
Sure. What are you adding?
So, I know we discussed it last time how essentially she'd egg him on and piss him, like, not piss him off, but like get him really agitated and
Mhm.
whatnot. I'd like to keep sprinkling that in and try to help him with holding his reactions, I guess, kind of thing.
Maggot!
Oh, so you're gonna like give him a little bit of like heckling and then tell him like, no, you're not allowed to get mad. You have to fucking keep that shit under
Yep.
control.
Yeah, essentially.
Oh.
Basically, do
Okay.
do the get him really agitated and be like, oh no, focus on that, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Every
So
time he gets agitated, you just punch him.
roll
Every
me
time he gets pissed off, he has to do 10 push-ups.
a threat
Don't
assessment.
Ruin the golden retriever boyfriend. Legacy does not want to
I'll make
date
you
a
mad.
Lockhart, thank you. She wants to date a Marcus.
Threat assessment, you said.
Yeah, threat assessment. Go ahead.
Tough,
And-
correct?
Yes, it would be tough. And
And
you can roll it with advantage, because I'll say that you've been training for a while and he is going to be very receptive of whatever you throw at him. So this is not something he is liable to really notice. So long as you're like, you start sprinkling it in and then you're consistent with it, he'll just think like, okay, I'm gonna fucking do it, and he's gonna do it really good.
and because I have not rolled anything this session, I'm gonna boost it because why the fuck not?
Yeah, okay. So you take the best of 4.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that's
Wow, you kind of needed it.
Yeah.
Kind of needed it. Okay, but with a 15, Marcus, I mean, he's keeping up. This dude, like, at this point, you have figured out how to wear him out, how to make him exhausted. Because after the first 2 or 3 sessions of getting him to punch and sort of experiment with his stamina level when he's punching, you know that when he's like, you've learned how to get him fatigued so that you're getting the maximum level of effort out of him, making him train when he is fucking exhausted. And you kind of hold it there, just right at that level of really, really tired, but not so tired that he is gonna quit.
Mhm.
And it's definitely waning on his patience, but with the 15, he is actually no. This is gonna be him that has to roll. What would happen if he lost his patience with Lockhart?
Isn't that something for Marcus to decide?
He's got to fuck
mean-
around and find out on his
I
own.
think it depends
Yeah.
on how he loses his patience with her.
Yeah.
Mhm.
If he turns around and tries to take a swing at her, that's not going to turn out well for him.
He would not turn and swing at you, but he would at some point the constant pressure that you're exerting, he boils over and he's like, "Would you just fuck off?" and like turns around and snaps at you verbally. Like he would lose all of his sense of training, and he's just like, "No, I'm mad and I do not want to constantly get berated while I'm trying to fucking get better for someone else's safety, and because of all these reasons." And he would have his little like weird hero speech that's very cute, but not impressive to you in any way.
I mean, like I said, this was intentional, so she was full on expecting it at some point.
Mm-hmm.
So how long did it take for him to kind of snap?
So before I decide that, I think that would tie in with the greater amount of time that the group is going to use for downtime.
Okay.
So, how many days of downtime do you want to go? Do you want to go until you finish your project? Do you want to go until when? This is like a communal decision, because y'all have different shit. And y'all have a lot of pots on the stovetop, pans in the fire, whatever the fuck the phrase is.
I want to lower my burden so I can get more augmentations, Joe.
Okay. So how that'll take some amount of days for collecting money and spending it and etc. But for Kaya, you're going to be working on the bracelets and the motorcycle.
Yeah, but
And-
she finished the bracelets already, right?
You have 2. I thought you wanted to make 4.
Yeah, but she has to get money for that.
Oh yes. Okay.
Yeah, but
I
she
think-
has neon. Sorry, go ahead.
No, as I said, I think we're in a period
How
where
much
quite a
has
few
to
of us
be?
are about to have to go make money.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
but also, Kaya does want to go fucking nerd out. Not too long after the visiting Maxine. Within a couple days, she'd want to go hang out with her trusted friend.
Hmm.
But
Uh-huh. Okay.
ow, dog, the fuck.
How many days do you think? Like
Well,
just
it depends.
just 1?
It,
2?
it would Lockhart be free the next day to do motorcycle stuffs?
I need my drone finished too.
Yeah, exactly. So I was gonna swap out the bracelets are done, so time to work on Neon's drone. And Kaya is gonna procrastinate the bike a little bit.
Uh-huh. This is your biggest project.
Yep, she's gonna procrastinate a little bit because she's fine. Everything's fine. So she's like, you know what? Instead of building my bike again, let's teach Lockhart how to do that. So her priorities are Neon's drone and teach Lockhart bike.
Okay.
I don't
So-
think that. Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't think the training is the whole day. It's like a certain amount of hours. Like sure. Steve,
Yeah, it's like an hour and a half at the end of the day.
yeah.
For a couple
Um,
days in a row.
Yeah, just basically like 2 or 3 days every week. He'll make time for it, and
Mhm.
he would pay you, Lockhart,
Mhm.
just in case you forgot, he is paying you for this.
I know.
And uh, so
So yeah, with Kai would want to teach Lockhart bike and visit the fucker probably within a day.
within a day. Okay.
Like yeah, within a day or two. And her at home project is Neonstrom.
And
Okay.
then Legacy has a couple of other projects that you and I have yet to discuss on what I am going to need to accomplish those projects.
I will say the next day you can convene at Ben Getty's house, and from that day, we can delineate the downtime activities and like go through the passage of downtime. That way, we're all starting on the same day, and we'll all have a good idea of like where everyone is with various projects. Because I need to make sure that I've got everyone's project written down and the amount of time it takes.
In cash
Yeah,
it takes, or
timeline.
what else?
And yeah, cash resources and the amount of time it would take to accrue both.
And other timers that may potentially be going down.
Yes, this is also true.
This is also Joe. Oh yeah, I need to like prepare a couple of like mini things for people to go get money. So let me pull that out my ass.
So we'll say the next day, you all can go to, whoever is interested can go to Ben Getty's, but Kaya is definitely going because you needed to see Ben Getty about just, you know, show off the new and improved Larry 2.
Legacy's just gonna go fuck off and annoy one of the 3 boys that she has on her payroll, essentially.
Lockhart was probably at Ben Getty's going over that paperwork. So,
Yes,
I guess
and I will send you what you are able to glean from that paperwork. Let me go here. So
Joe's been working on stuff.
I'm putting effort into this, and it's really fucking annoying. God damn it. So let me go through the list. PC projects. So Legacy has.
So Legacy is shit, and that's partially because it's like if you're going to allow the home brewing of this stuff. She still needs to work on the Blink upgrade for her Laughing Girl tech. She needs to. Well, I can just fucking do this. This. Aha. Because remember, we sent you those. The Blink to her Laughing Girl tech, the Salt and Burn code, like, hacking program. Which is why she got the name Chaos.
Yep. Okay.
And then, the other stuff is, like, more long-term, I think, in some ways. Like, those are the 2, like, pressing I need to know time and cash and resource need. And then the decryption of the hard drives. Because I'm assuming that just the general shit that you put out on as Chaos in the Darknet and a hijack is keeping the like kind of recruitment type thing going in the background.
Yes, that is definitely the case, especially with having a hijack to more or less advocate. Let me see. Copy this. Sorry, I'm copying over the to-do lists in a document because I haven't done that yet. And oh
Yep.
god, y'all have so much you want to fucking do. Oh,
Well, you told us we had 3 months.
this is true.
They should all be somewhere in that time range.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. And then Neon was make money, money, make money, money. And also get hair transplant. So
Which
you
has
can
already
have.
been done.
It's been partially done, not all the way done, but you can sit down for 1 or 2 more sessions because they literally have to replace each individual hair with machine. But it's that's paid for, so it's just like getting a tattoo done. Oh boy, I have to fucking sort this shit now. And of course it formatted like a turd. Fine. Okay. So we'll convene. What?
I was just about to say, like, if Legacy is not actively working on a project or with somebody in the group, you can assume she's either at Marcus's apartment, annoying Hijack at this point, or she probably has tried to stop by Cosmic's place once or twice. Like, every so often to check in on him and, like, teach him some hacking if he is wanting to learn a little bit.
He does want to learn.
It's different, I
will-
know, between the full dive and, like, standard hacking. But he probably needs to learn some base concepts.
Yes, he's definitely working with a lot less of a starting baseline. Let me make a quick addition to this list because I gotta add the NPC to-do list now. Is Marcus, Cosmic Ben Getty. Veloska's not doing anything.
Veloska's enjoying the peace and quiet while we're not bothering him.
True. Very much so.
He had a very
True.
eventful one day.
Like, weekend.
Yeah.
He goes in and out. It's not unusual for him to have very eventful, like sprints of time.
How often has he pulled out the shoddy, though?
That's a good point. Not often. Prefers not to do that if he can avoid it.
Well, he's going to end up being next stop if Maxine can't figure out shit. He's the other person we know that has medical knowledge. Let's see if he knows anything.
Let's
I also
see.
need to talk to him at some point. Not urgent though.
Oh, yeah, same, actually.
That's all on the character, like our character to-do list, not on Veloska's.
Yeah.
Veloska would not choose to
Nope.
talk to any of us.
Yeah.
And
Other than maybe the vague, like, once a year check-in with Minghetti or Lockhart of, are you still alive? Yep. Okay, good.
Sends a Christmas card.
It's like, okay, good.
Okay.
So, kids, that mean this is nope, this is not an invitation. Stay the fuck away.
It's a Christmas card. Only the envelope is Christmas themed because that's what they had available. It's just an index card of "Are you alive?" Check yes.
here. Okay. It's pretty late. Do we want to end it here, and then we can pick up with the intense conversation that is inevitably going to follow?
The Bengetti Kaya conversation. That's a question for Amy.
The Bengetti Kaya probably fight.
That's up to you guys.
I mean, I'm on for a while longer because I don't have anything to do tomorrow.
Same.
I'm
I
fine.
took tomorrow off.
I don't have tomorrow off.
I'm down for the drama.
Yeah, so
We should have some role playing tomorrow. If we're all not here. If we're all free. Make it fun RP day.
unfortunately, Amy has work.
Yeah, I work 9 to 5 tomorrow, and then I have a game at 7.
Mm.
Aw.
But
Wish I
Same.
could, though.
yeah, so circling back around to the question at hand, though, is how much longer do you feel like you can be up and present, Amy? Do you want to try and get the debate done tonight, or do you want to start with it next time?
I probably don't want to start with it because that's just going to be anxiety eating at me for like 2 weeks, and I'm probably going to be up for like at least another 2 hours.
Okay, then we're gonna do it. 10-minute break.
Cute.
Okay.
I'm gonna get water because I'm gonna need a lot of water.
Yeah.
Gotta do this fucking
Same.
Kiwi ass accent.
I want to
How
know
do you
what
think I
voices you end up regretting, Joe.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
probably
he
already
gets-
gone.
Yeah. When he gets back. Because I've done voices that I regret.
I wish I could do voices.
No. I attempt to do voices,
I wish I could do
and I end up
voices.
regretting my attempt.
What are you talking about? You do voices, Z.
No, I don't. Not really.
Trust
And
me,
Southern
you do.
accent doesn't work. Doesn't count.
I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to different characters like Tori, Legacy. Like they all have different ways of speaking, which I count as voices.
Yeah.
Like you specifically do a voice for Tori.
Oh, I know I do something for Tori. That's the only one that I know I do. Because I wanted her to sound kind of Valley Girl. And I gave up on Valley Girl, and so I just said, okay, she's got a pitch up voice.
She's bubblegum. Is what she sounds like. That's what her voice sounds like to me.
Yeah, she was even more so first session. But I lost it about halfway through first session because I'm like, my vocal cords cannot handle that. Hi, my name's Tourmaline. Really high.
Oof.
Yeah. Which I can do for short periods. For 3-hour session, not so much.
I'm slowly starting to give up on doing voices for my characters, and it makes me kind of sad.
I need a better voice. Oh, my tears.
Try a dialect. That's what I sometimes try. It's like, I'm not gonna be able to change my fucking voice, but I can change the speech pattern. Turn into a Lissy, but then that just confuses people. Which is also works. I am sorry, Iris. You're the only one that's had to deal with that thus far.
No, it's good. It's fine.
Okay.
Yes, Joe, we had
Joe.
a question.
What?
What voices do you regret?
What voices do I regret?
Mm.
Out of the ones for Cyberpunk?
Out of the voices that you do.
Period.
Ollie. Ollie, I regret.
Ollie is so fun, though.
Ollie, bad. I regret Ollie's because it's not very good to me. I kind of regret Alters because I don't know. I could have done a much more interesting one for him, but I defaulted to my snarky, vaguely British thing. But I don't think I'm bad at that voice.
No.
I can't imagine
Um,
Alter with a different voice, like at all.
It's very him.
Yeah.
It's very good.
I'm glad you like it.
And I
Then-
do take partial blame for you having to choose that one because I said I was going to try for a vaguely British thing, and I've consistently failed it.
You've kept up with Alters just as much as Alters kept up with you.
Yeah, you've been fine, see?
Yeah,
I don't hear it.
I think you do the best one actually. Aside like you and Joe are very good at that. It's great. 10 out of 10. Would listen again. What?
I'm nodding in agreement.
Yeah. You're good. Good job. You get a gold star.
Is there another one that you regret?
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Let me think. There's one that I regret that none of you have heard me do, which is my Azeldire voice, because that one, it's like, fucking hell, that one hurts my tongue after like an hour.
Now you know what you must do, though.
No. No, fuck off.
What is it
Peer
attempting
pressure, Joe.
to emulate at the very least?
Azeldire?
Yeah. How would you describe it?
Azeldire is a more masculine version of Maxine, with a lot
so
more gravel.
a nasal gravel.
He's
What?
he's kind of nasally. So like this is kind of the voice that I do for Azeldire, and it's a little gritty. It's a little textured. I don't really like having long-winded speeches in this voice because I have to kind of like fuck around with my tongue in the back of my mouth, and it ends up scraping against my teeth, and it hurts after not a long amount of time,
Okay,
and
you
it's a
can
pain in the
stop.
ass.
Sounds
Don't hurt
like
yourself.
murder on your throat, to be quite
Yeah.
honest.
Don't hurt yourself.
No, my throat's fine.
Sounds.
The
For some
thing
reason,
I-
it triggers a 13 in my head to some extent.
Yeah,
does.
It's a little bit of a 13. 13 just has more of a northern.
No,
Mhm.
no gravel in it, but everything else sounds the same.
Hmm.
It's got that same squash down quality.
Which is funny because he's actually like quite tall, but he was the OG himbo. 8 int, 8 wisdom,
Hell yeah.
20 charisma.
Nice!
Oh
He was
boy.
hot and he didn't know it.
Wasn't that your fire sorcerer?
Yeah,
Hmm.
fire
Okay.
boy.
He got hit
Didn't
on
know it.
in
Huh.
every town, but he did not understand why. He also walked around with like a button-down shirt, but he would always leave it open because he would get sweaty.
Your characters
you would
have a
just-
thing about being shirtless.
Any character that I can have be shirtless because they get too hot, it is a great way for me to express that summer is a bad time of year. Summer
I
is bad,
agree
it should feel bad.
wholeheartedly.
That's
I
a mood.
agree.
It's fucking 98 right now.
It was so
It's-
hot today.
It is 7:30 at night, and it is 98 degrees outside.
Fuck every last bit of that.
Yes, exactly.
It is 10:30 p.m. It is 82 degrees.
Ugh.
The outside. Anyway,
Hmm.
any other voices you regret?
None that I can think of. I don't feel like I have a lot of voices, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
For a while, I regretted Docs, but then I started to get the hang of it. At least I think. But man, early on, I was like, "Oh God, it's the worst. It's so cringe."
Interesting. Cool.
curious if everyone else has thoughts on that. If they have voices they regret.
Some one-off NPCs I've made where I didn't know what I was doing. It's like a character voice. Give me a second. I'll look through all my characters.
I don't really think I have a voice I regret, except my natural voice.
Your natural voice is awesome.
Oh, it's that.
I'll kick your ass, Piper.
Lissy's voice, because she doesn't do a voice so much as like a dialect, kind of. And it's not that I regret it, it's just that it takes a lot of brain power. On both ends, both on my end to make sure I'm saying something that's going to end up making some sort of sense, and then on everybody else's end to try and figure out exactly what the fuck she's saying.
Any others? See?
Again, I don't hear much change in the voice unless I like lean deep into a southern accent on my end. So like none of them bother me per se. To regret is that I can't do more accents.
Same. Fucking same. Oh, I know. I don't really regret any of my characters' voices because I don't really do too much of a voice, really. Yeah, I can't really do voices all that well. But I know there's one character that one of you would regret if you ever met them. But I don't regret them. I'm just never going to play them in this group. Because I would get smited down instantly. But funny enough, the only character that I kind of regret their voice is Silverus.
Oh no.
Why?
It sounds like a Silverus though, the personality and shit.
Yeah, because when I wrote her, I had a very clear idea of how I want her to sound. Is that she talks? She's I say she talks. She's supposed to talk slower and enunciate things and have that edge of fucking condescension and shit like that. But I kind of naturally talk fast, and that kind of fucks it up a lot. Like last session, I was talking fast, and I was like, okay, fuck, I have to repeat myself. I have to slow the fuck down. It wasn't until like the very end of the session that I fucking slowed down. Like there were points where, Z, you couldn't understand what I was saying in character because I was talking too fucking fast.
I cannot imagine Silver sounding any other way than how she sounds.
Really?
Because she is the perfect blend of like, I'm better than you, but I'm secretly a little bit insecure.
Yeah, and I don't know
agree there.
how slow you're talking about going, but like, if you tried to go too slow with the way she talked, I think it would honestly end up being kind of annoying, possibly.
I mean, like how she usually talks is the speed I want to do, not how I talk. You know, because I think I kind of talk a lot faster than I want her to talk. Like the speed I'm going right now. Like I'd want her to talk at more of a this speed, not this speed. You know. I don't want her to slur all her fucking words together. I want her to enunciate every single word because she thinks very carefully about what she says. But yeah, I kind of regret her voice a bit. But I can't imagine doing something else because it's kind of a reflex at this point.
Funny, we're all on a similar page because I regret Dia's voice because I cannot stick with it at all. I tried.
It's pretty consistent to me. It's like a constant like. I can't describe it.
It's like old 30s, 40s announcer shit almost. There's some sort of like old movie hype man type feel to the way that he talks.
So the inspiration I had for this was my friend Zell had a paladin who was like a leader of this, not mercenaries, but kind of like ragtag superheroes for this lawless city kind of thing. And he was a paladin, and he was just so happy and so welcoming. And I forget his name. The point is, he was like the leader of this group, and that was my inspiration for Dia's voice. And I don't hold a candle to it because Zell can do that voice so well.
It's the right amount of like constantly chipper, slightly cracked in the head.
Yeah. But also the reason why I kind of regret it is because especially when I just wake up, I'm like, I don't have the energy for this.
That's a personal problem.
I don't want to be happy. I want to just be quiet. Why can't I be a quiet character today?
Yeah, that's a personal problem.
But speaking of quiet characters, we've got a drama to have now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Let's go.
yeah.
Yeah,
We've derailed
so-
ourselves for a little over 10 minutes. It's not too much over.
So
Let me
Here's
get
my
another pizza
question.
done.
who all is going to Ben Geddes?
I mean, Lockhart lives there. So
Yeah, Lockhart's already there, so
Neon Legacy coming?
no, like I said, unless she has to go to Ben Geddes right now, Legacy is focusing on her shit or talking to one of the other guys.
Hey Legs, you want to go to Ben Geddes? Legacy looks up. Legacy looks back down.
It's like they managed to have a conversation in peace, but she is not pressing her luck any further unless she has to.
I thought they were friends now.
That.
Is Neon coming?
I can if y'all need me for something.
It's more like if you want to.
It's more of
It's just
do
if you want to be.
Yeah, do you want Neon to be privy to the drama that's about to happen?
I don't want to witness fight. No.
Huh.
You don't know it's
Okay.
gonna be a fight. Like, you don't know it's gonna be a fight.
witness Kaya going in for a swing.
Okay.
No,
So-
no, wait. This is the moment Kaya and Lockhart finally lock horns. Oh shit!
Oh,
I need to
shit.
be there for that. I fucking changed my mind. Kaya goes to take a swing at Ben Geddes. Lockhart pops the fuck up. Now it's like fucking kaiju battle for Cyberpunk.
Oh,
That's not
no.
a kaiju battle, and Kaya wouldn't do that.
So Kaya
Excited. That's a
is
very
going
good
to visit
sentence,
Ben
by the way.
Geddes.
With Larry, with his
yeah,
baseball
with Larry.
cap, which is Kaya's old pitcher cap.
He has a baseball cap?
Don't you
Now?
remember?
I don't. I'm sorry.
In the very beginning of the campaign, I was like, yeah, and Larry, the drone, is following. He's wearing a baseball cap. And since I have later decided that Kaya was a pitcher for a baseball team, she played baseball. That's her old pitcher cap that he wears, that he likes because it's blue.
Okay. Cool. Then he's coming along with the little cap, as per the usual. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then you go there, I assume just midday, nothing special. It's just a pop in.
Oh, she brought lunch.
Oh, okay. Cool. So when you get there,
Between the two of them, they're trying to train Ben Geddes to actually eat food.
he's been really good about it, mostly because of Lockhart, and that's it. Like that's it. Just to clarify, though, I don't think you would be looking for him, Kaya, but Cosmic has not been there in over a week at this point.
Okay.
Or no, almost a week. It would be almost a week. But just wanted to let you know, just because you're not when you get in, he's not there. You just see Ben Getty, like, when you get there, you actually have access to the door now. I think I mentioned that last time, so you can just open the door.
Oh, we do? What? I think I missed that.
Yeah, all of us have access so that we stop fucking knocking on the door, so he has to keep getting up.
Yeah.
We only have keys out of laziness.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
that's exactly it. So you walk into his place, and it's the typical, like, Ben Getty setup. He's not doing it. It's not in disarray. It's very orderly. As you've been hanging out here more and more, you've noticed that Ben Getty, at several of his stations, he keeps little notebooks, but he doesn't really have notes. He doesn't take notes too much unless he needs to denote specific instructions or measurements, so he doesn't let them forget, or he doesn't let them slip out of the back of his mind, right? But other than that, he doesn't have, like, notes on how to build X, Y, and Z, or the process for X, Y, and Z. But you get there, and he's hunched over his computer. He doesn't look up. He's, at this point, used to people just barging in, so he's like, whatever, somebody fucking barges into my house and shoots me in the fucking brain. I guess I just deserved it.
She probably texted Bengetti and Lockhart that she was coming over with lunch.
Yeah, it's less a concern of is Ben Getty gonna react. It's more of a concern of is Lockhart gonna react to stranger just walking through the door. The guard dog is in the house.
Yeah, so Kaya probably
She-
texted them before she left, say that she's bringing burritos.
She would have gotten up to like check who was opening the door. But besides that, she'd just go back to what she was doing.
Oh yeah, she'd give food, place
And,
food in
Keep food.
kitchen.
As noted in Discord, she is wearing casual attire. She's not in her suit for once.
What's she wearing? What's your casual attire?
The image for the full body that you use for the height chart. So skirt, long skirt, some boots, and a white button shirt.
Ah, right. Okay, so the height chart outfit, cute. Looking
She doesn't
to
have the boots on right now, though.
Kaya fucking walks in, Larry following behind her. I imagine he's helping by holding a bag of tortilla chips. While Kaya's holding a box of burritos as she walks in. I'm like, sup?
He, like, just without looking, just waves in your direction. Hi. And he's very, very invested in what's going on his computer, which this is the computer that's hooked up to his full dive machine, which just sits vacant and still incredibly imposing because you can see the inside of it, which looks like an Iron Maiden.
Yikes. Anyway. Not Kaya's wheelhouse. Kaya's gonna fucking nod to Lockhart. Like, yeah, sup? Brought food. Made burritos. Larry, can you put the chips on the counter for me?
He salutes, and just, like, nods, and flies over there and sets him down very gently.
Sits burrito box down.
Afternoon. Thanks for the meal.
No problem. Labeled them? Probably didn't have to, but I kind of labeled every burrito and what's in it.
This is your fucking mom thing to do.
Yes, that's
Nice.
exactly the fucking point.
How very considerate. She'll get up and grab something. One of the burritos.
Yeah, it's just a fucking box of burritos, each one wrapped in tinfoil and wrapped in parchment paper and tinfoil, labeled with what's in it. Larry puts down a bag of tortilla chips and a jar of guac.
As he sets down the chips and guac, he waves to Lockhart and just goes, "Hi, Lockhart."
Hello, Larry.
He likes being called by his name, so he gives you like a little digital smile. Digital
Gives
smile.
Head pats?
You can pat him on the head. He doesn't really know what to do. He just like, oh, and then kind of looks at you. Thank you.
It was kind of like as she was walking back to the upstairs or wherever to where she was going through the door.
Oh, okay.
Like the like kind of how you pat someone on the shoulder kind of thing.
Yeah.
As you're walking
Okay, yeah.
by.
Sure. Then yeah, he would. Cool. He'll fly back over to Kaya, and he will like settle right back on top of your head as per the usual.
Mm-hmm. I imagine that he uses her arm to hover.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, because he hovers like using his electromagnet to hover directly above her head, counteracting himself with her metal arm.
Mm-hmm.
Robot parry.
Like
And that's-
balancing off of your deltoid and shoulder.
Yeah, I imagine he could like hover like a foot above her head, just but it's like
Yeah.
based off of the arm.
He hovers above your head, but he like puts his little manipulators down on either side of your head so that he can hold himself in place, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But
Like, good job, bud. Go peek around. Where did they go? Where did Lockhart leave?
She was essentially going over the work in the living room, I imagine.
Ah, cool.
mm,
Probably poke her head in, see paperwork. Not her strongest suit. Looks in lab, sees hardware. You know what? Maybe something there. Just gonna fucking step in with the Larry on head. Gonna walk over, look at what the fuck, what's he doing?
Bengetti?
Yeah.
He is huddled up, like curled into a weird half sitting, half kneeling position in his rolly chair at the computer with just long, thick cabling running from it over around the floor and into the full dive machine. And the full dive machine's not seemingly on, but Bengetti is he's kind of got some like little bit of bags under his eyes, and one hand on the mouse is just like kind of almost mindlessly scrolling through some sort of info read or something on one of his many monitors. He's got probably like 4, 5 different monitors going.
Okay, just 1 second. Okay, I'm back.
Hello.
Sorry, Mr. Amy came to negotiate having some of my pizza. No, Kai's gonna just fucking walk up. We'll go like, sup? What you doing? Holy shit, when was the last time you fucking slept?
What? Oh, I don't know, like yesterday or something. Or the day before that. Either way, I'm fucking around with these digital things, and he like waves a hand, and then at the screen, and then waves a hand towards you or
What?
Larry. Yeah, the copy you gave me, and he rubs his eye. I'm just running through some digital training programs, and I'm having trouble with the learning algorithm. This time, the other ones work fine, but this one's just fucking around. And he leans back in the chair and rubs his eyes real hard.
I'd like, 2 questions, Joe.
Yes.
One, oh, sorry, I only have one question. How tired does he look? Like, how bad does he look?
I mean, he looks like he pulled an all-nighter, but not. He doesn't look like, really, really bad. He just
Okay.
looks. It's just very obviously like, oh, okay, he looks like shit.
Okay.
This is just a standard level of he has failed to take care of himself for at least one day.
Okay. And Kaya's just gonna look at him, look at the computer, like peer down before she like looks back at him. She's like, "Wait, what are you talking about? Just this one? There's only one copy."
Ben Getty, like, rubbing his eyes really hard, and then, like, blinks and goes, well, it's a copy. And he just shrugs. I just made more. Like, I figured it's just a copy.
Kaya is gonna blink, and her face looks confused, and then realization, and she looks upset, and she's gonna fucking pick Larry from the top of her head like you would take off a hat, turn him around in her hands. So he's facing her.
Larry just is like, he is not resisting in any way. He is floating off the floor now, and he is just like,
Mhm.
Oh.
Hey, Larry. I gotta talk to Spaghetti about some.
Oh.
So, do you mind if you take a little nap for a bit?
He blinks at you, and you can see out of the corner of your eye, Ben Getty has, like, now turned towards you in a like, anxious pose of just like, fuck do you mean you gotta talk to me? Like, what's going on?
Just hold up
And-
finger. Hold on. Talking to Larry. Turns back to Larry.
You can see, like, out of the corner of your eye, Ben Getty just gives this, like, okay, and then turns around. He doesn't say anything, but he just, that's like a mildly offended, but also kind of nervous gesture. And Larry is, like, he kind of furrows his brow out in like a worried face and just goes, okay. And he
Okay,
holds out a
buddy.
hand like, you okay?
Guy is just gonna smile at him. And like some tension from her shoulders release a little bit at that. Just gonna take his little manipulator and like between 2 fingers, hold it back. He's like, I'm alright, bud. Just don't want to talk to him, alright? So could you take a little nap? And I'll wake you up when we get ready to leave?
He can't nod his head because he doesn't have a neck, but his little digital face like goes up and down.
Alright, buddy.
Mhm.
Thanks, Larry. Just gonna sit him down on the ground.
Yeah. He immediately powers off, and the little manipulators like withdraw into the main chassis.
Alright. Kai's just gonna double check that he is off.
He is off.
She's going to tuck him out from the center of the room, and, you know, a couple feet away against the wall so he's not a tripping hazard and he doesn't get hurt. In case anyone else walks in. The Lockhart walks in. And Kai's gonna turn to Mengeti. It's like,
Ben Getty is turned back to the computer, and he's typing with 2 hands, and he's, again, like, his shoulders are much more tight. He is very much like, I don't know what's going on now.
Kai's gonna. I imagine there's multiple. There's lots of chairs at each station, right?
Yes, it's well within reach to just grab one of the many little rolling chairs and wheel it over.
Yeah, she's just gonna grab a chair, wheel it over, fucking plop down next to him. Alright. What the fuck are you talking about? You made more fucking copies.
Ben Getty slowly turns to you and raises an eyebrow, like, what do you mean? What do I mean? Again, it's a copy.
Yeah. A fucking copy that I told you could have one.
He like shakes his head like in like a confused gesture, just goes like, I'm kind of lost on like what's happening here. Like he points a finger between you and him, and he's like, is it? Am I missing like a vital part of a conversation or something? Like you gave me a copy. I don't.
Yeah, I gave you one copy. Only one. I didn't say that you could make fucking more of them.
Oh, I mean, is that a big deal?
Yeah.
Okay, well, do you? If it makes you feel better, I can delete them. And would
No.
you mind giving me what?
How many are there?
He like hooks a thumb very limply towards the computer and just goes, "There's 5."
5 copies. Well, I was fucking messaging you. Look, Larry's a lot fucking smarter than I could have ever fucking imagined. It's fucking incredible, actually, but just fucking. Pingetti, do you see anything wrong with that you made copies of him, even though I told you can have one, and I was really fucking hesitant on even giving you one?
He is trying to read your face. He's trying to read like your level of aggression. He's not very good at it, but on a scale of 1 to 10, where would you put Kaya?
Kaya, she's upset. She's not angry, but she's really upset.
Okay. Okay. So Ben Getty, again, you can see him looking at your face, like trying to discern your emotional state, and he is just like, okay, we'll back up. Like, what? Hold on. Like, I know he's really smart and whatever, but like, he gestures to the computer. This is just code. Like, it's not like I built another, and he gestures to where you put Larry. He's like, it's not like I built another one and like tried to replace him or whatever. Like, I don't have any desire to do that. Like, look, and he just gestures to the 5 information readouts. And I know I described them before, but just to give you a more cohesive picture, these are distinctly similar to what you saw from the readout of Maxine when she was basically plugged into a computer, or her brain was, so to speak. But to that same end, the only difference that you can really discern is that it's not words, it is snippets of code that you can't understand. It's very clearly code written by the machine for itself to learn.
Kaya's just gonna look at it, just brows furrowed. Just turns back to Pingetti, just. What? Pingetti, you made 5 of them.
Yes.
When I told you could have one. And you've been running them through this? What the fuck even is this?
Well, okay, so this is a secluded digital environment that I put them in so I could experiment and like see how the learning algorithm works. And he reaches down and taps the little black box underneath his desk. And he was like, "Yeah, this. I mean, they're pretty complex. You obviously know that, but they're pretty complex. So I wanted to see what different learning patterns would do, and maybe figure out how they work. And I found a lot of information out, like wicked complex system, combinatorically more complex with every passing second. It's crazy, but I can't get a good read on it because every time I run it through program, it seems like the learning algorithm won't reproduce the same results. I can throw the same book of information at it over and over and over again, and it's like sometimes it picks it up and runs with it, and other times it just can't fucking do anything with it. And I'm just fucking lost on what to do with this.
Kaya's just kind of speechless as she's just looking at all of the 5 different information just spewing out bits of code.
He gestures and oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to ask, and she recognizes that this as seeing from Maxine that these are thoughts, right? Essentially, this is it.
They are the equivalent of thoughts. Those are conscious thoughts of a what is thinking creature, or close to it, close enough that you can't really distinguish. It's worth noting. Actually, roll me an engineering check.
Oh boy. Okay. Sure. That's gonna go over well. I'd like to boost this, please.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming this is electrical engineering.
Actually, this would be electrical engineering.
Boop. Boop. Boop.
Okay.
Thank God for the boost.
Yeah, boost is good. So, with a 14, you notice the similarity between this and what you saw at Maxine's. You notice the similarity that, and as you're sort of looking at it, you're noticing that there's bits of garbled nonsense in there that look a lot like Maxine's thoughts when she was very, very distressed. And you're starting to get the impression that if this is the thought coming out of what is ostensibly a different Larry, it looks eerily similar to the distressed thought patterns of Maxine.
Kaya is just looking at this, like brows furrowed, and then it clicks, and she's just gonna fucking turn to Spaghetti. What the fuck have you been doing with him?
He looks at you like shocked. What do you fucking mean? I told you I've been like running them through learning, like again, it's just testing their learning algorithm.
Yeah, have you given him any fucking breaks? You've just been fucking constantly putting him through shit. What the fuck have you been doing, Bengetti?
He, like... breaks? Well, like for food and water?
Don't fucking scoff at me like that.
Well, why would they need a break? Like, Larry, he just gestures, he's like, that doesn't need a break. You just, like... It's not like it has lungs or whatever. Like, It's not gonna get tired.
Look, can you fucking pause this or something? Fucking stop the learning algorithm, but don't shut him down.
Fine, I'll fucking put a halt on it. And he types a little bit, runs a script, and all of the different feeds just stop.
And Kaya specifically asked him to stop the learning the shit that he was having the copies do, but not stop the copies. Is that what he did?
No, he made it so that they were effectively like paused the time. So that's what he thought you wanted. He's like, okay, I'll just fucking put a hold on it, and he halted the program, which he assumed meant just make everything stop.
Yeah, no, just stop whatever fucking training you're having him do. Just stop the training, don't fucking pause him.
Why? But that's gonna like their learning algorithm is going to pick up information, and if I'm trying to test it, that's going to be a variable that I'm not able to account for. It's like I might as well like spit in a soup and then say it's a special ingredient. Can't replicate it.
Look, can you just Getty, please, can you just fucking do it, please?
Roll. You can roll a tough check or a cool check.
You fucker. Tough is her second highest stat, but she's not trying to intimidate him.
Okay, then you can roll a cool check.
Her fucking dumb stat. Fuck you. I'm boosting this one too.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, sure, if it makes you feel better. And he reaches over and types another block of code. It takes him a bit. You get the feeling that he had not had this set aside, so he had to write it out and implement it. But he does. And you can see that all of their little algorithms now are ticking, but they're much, much slower, and they are much more in line with like the garbled parts of it, like the string of nonsense characters that just were almost like static, have turned into almost recognizable code. Again, it's in a language that you don't understand, but this is distinctly some type of complex like rewriting script, and you can see it working.
Kaya lets out like a breath. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Getty, remember what I messaged you about?
Truth be told, I don't. What message? Which one?
Larry spoke a first sentence the other day. Like a
Yeah.
full sentence. He asked a question.
Okay. Like, it's impressive.
Yeah, and he's starting to talk in sentences a lot more often.
Nods his head.
He's what?
He nods his head.
He's a lot smarter than I thought it was fucking possible for a drone to be.
Okay. I'm not sure what you're trying to impress upon me.
Look, you've essentially got 5 copies of Larry. You should only fucking have 1, by the way. I'm still fucking pissed off about that. But he's more than just a drone or just an AI. He's getting smarter every fucking day. You can't just have the AI just do all of this with no fucking... Just tell me at least picking up some of this.
Picking up some of, like, what? Like it's smart and it's, like, exceptionally good at learning just most things?
Yeah, and you
Like,
can't just treat it as, like, a fucking, I don't know, power drill. You,
Well, I I'm getting the impression that you're very upset, and I'm kind of confused as to why. Because, like, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I made copies of the copy, but I didn't think that would matter because you gave me a copy to begin with. So, I mean, obviously you don't care about it that much. So, well,
hmm. No, I care about it a lot, Bengetti. I just trusted you.
I mean, what? What? Do you, like, okay, do you want me to just, like, get rid of them? Like, I can just delete
No!
these copies.
They're. I don't know what to fucking do, alright? But it's. Shit's getting a hell of a lot more fucking complicated.
Okay, but it doesn't have to be complicated. Like, we could just, like, choose what to do, right? Like,
You gotta put thought into shit. You can't just, I don't know, ignore all the little details just because you don't want to put the fucking work in to find a solution. I'm aware, Z, but I don't think Kaya is fully aware. Thank you, though.
so, I mean, I don't know, like, do you, but they're not like cyborgs or androids or whatever. They're not like distinctly a human entity. It's just like a bunch of code, right? I could just you can make it and fuck around with it and
No,
no.
Spaghetti, this is a fucking once in a lifetime thing I was lucky enough to figure out how to build in the first fucking place. Larry is more than just a drone. He's more than just code. He's learning. He's doing all sorts of shit I didn't think was fucking possible. Yeah,
Okay.
sure, he's not an android. He's not walking around on 2 feet. He's not that far off of it.
Well, okay, so I mean, would it matter if I told you like the results of my experience with these guys? Like, I've learned some pretty insightful stuff, and I've got like a lot of simulation data. So, like, say what you
How
will, but
how
I've learned a lot.
long have you been running them through simulations?
Well, like, basically, when you gave it to me like a couple days ago, I've been running them through a couple days now, but it's at different speeds because I wanted to. You can basically stream the information at different rates, so I've had to leave my system on just so it can run the program. But yeah, it's been about 3-ish, 4 days maybe.
3 to 4 fucking days.
I have data for more time though. That's like, it's not like I just have 4 days worth of data and I'm making like huge leaping conclusions with four days.
What are you talking about?
Again, you can throttle the speed at which the learning is inputted, which if you change it right and do a little bit of the math, then you can effectively simulate a stretch of time at a different speed. So I can train them for more time in a well, they would experience more time. It's like a fast forward almost. Does that make sense? I don't know if that tracks.
How much time?
How much time? How much time of data do I have?
How much time did you fucking put him through, Bengetti? That's what I'm fucking asking.
Put him through. It's a. Hmm. I'm not really sure how to answer that, but like cumulatively, quite a bit of data.
Bengetti, how much time have you simulated for him?
Well, currently I've got different bands, and as he's talking, his eyes are going from the computer to you, and the computer to you, and the computer to you, and he's like almost like a nervous animal when you're trying to discipline it. And then he is very, very uneasy. But he just looks at the computer and just goes, I mean, Days 2, and he gestures to the middle and middle left one. Days 2, I haven't reset. They've been running the longest at the most consistent pace. This one I recently reset, so this is the one that I'm having the most trouble with, because it's again, the learning algorithm, it's not wanting to pick it up, but it's got about like a month on it, and it's not quite like, I don't know, I might need to just rerun the test, because maybe I fucked it up in some way. I'm gonna need to rerun all these tests now that I've let them just kind of free-ball around. Sorry, I mean, shrugs, kind of like, there's almost a shrug of like, well, it's kind of your fault that you fucked up my tests, so now I gotta do it over.
No.
I'm sorry?
You don't gotta redo the test.
Tilts his head and like, go on. Why would I not have to do that?
Because I'm taking all of these back.
Oh, you're going to take the Larrys, he says with quotation marks.
Yeah. You can keep the data if you want from your results of the fucking test you put in, but I'm taking the fucking copies.
You can see his eyes like searching your face again. Are you serious? Well, like, you don't, not even the one that you gave me. You want all of them?
Yeah. Because obviously I can't fucking trust you to have a copy and not just fucking duplicate it without telling me. I even told you, Bengetti, that I wanted to know every fucking step of the way you were with this. You didn't tell me shit until
Well,
I came over here to talk to you.
Fucking unveil it now. Like, you came over here, I wanted, like, I've got all this fucking data that is...
So good.
No, you go ahead.
No, you go ahead. It's okay.
He just, like, gestures to the computer, just like, I was fucking running tests for days, and I've got years of data just piled up in here. Like, I don't understand how to, what more you could want. Like, I have a lot of information on this. I could have a lot more.
But you're not gonna get any more fucking information. And Bengetti, what you could have done was tell me what you were planning on doing before you fucking did it. That's what this was fucking supposed to be. Not
Uh,
just you do shit and then tell me about it after you already do shit.
well,
So,
I mean,
I'm taking all the copies. You can keep the fucking data. I don't give a shit about that.
wait, wait. What am I supposed to do without the copies? I need someone to test this machine. Or
I don't
something.
fucking know. I don't know, man.
Look, hold on. Like, I fucking changed my whole setup because your fucking roomie had a problem with it.
What are you talking about?
Legacy came out here and fucking chewed me out for running a test with Cosmic, and like he fucking well, I haven't called him back because I have these, and now I can run the tests and do it all without getting him involved.
Why would
I
Legacy...
did it on her behalf. Like she had a problem with it.
Why would she have a problem with you and Cosmos testing shit out?
I guess she's really protective of him.
Yeah.
Roll me a cool check.
I don't know if I want to boost this or not. I do.
Uh-huh.
Because, on one hand, probably should learn it from Legacy. On the other hand, if we're already having drama, we might as well have more.
There's something about the way he said, well, maybe she's just really protective of him. That doesn't sit right. That's a weird. That's like you've never would have imagined Ben Getty to really pick up on any sort of like paternal protective, like brother sister type vibe of any kind. It's a weird phrase coming out of his mouth.
Protective against what?
He just blinks. We all like worried about him. You know, you're like protective, worried that he's gonna like hurt himself in the machine or something.
No. Legacy. Like, she's... Bengetti, there has to be some very, very specific fucked up circumstance for Legacy to get fucking protective over someone. What the fuck happened?
Okay, well, nothing happened. I was testing with Cosmic, and she didn't like how the test was going, and so I figured I wouldn't test with him anymore, because if it upset her, why would I do it twice? I'm just gonna get something else and run the test with something that can simulate a fucking person, or at least close enough that I know.
Look, what about the test did you not like? She's all for this fucking hacking shit.
Well, like, it doesn't matter what problem she had with it. If you take these, I can't run the tests without Cosmic.
I
Or
think
at
it
least
does
somebody else.
matter what problem she had with it. Like, Bengetti, can you just fucking spit it out for me?
I ran a test that went long, and she was nervous about it on his behalf, and he didn't seem bothered.
Well, how long? Tests run long sometimes. How long are we talking?
Like a
Like,
couple
kinda just
hours.
happened. A couple out? Like, what? 2, 3? How many? Tests can
You
kind of run a
just-
little long.
He just shrugs and just goes, a couple hours. Again, like,
What
it's
the fuck do
nothing
you
out of the
mean?
ordinary.
A
I
couple
ran.
hours.
This was like the third test.
The third test was a couple of
Yeah.
hours.
We
You're
scaled
being
it up.
really vague. How many hours are we talking?
I would say, Lockhart, go ahead and roll. You can roll clever or cool to hear them. And he just shrugs, just goes, why? Like, rewind the track a little bit, because, like, why are you getting on my fucking case about this when you just wanted to get on my case about this? And he gestures to the black box. I don't under fucking stand what to do, because, like, I can't test with him, can't test with these. Do you want this fucking thing to work?
Yeah, look, Bengetti, I want this to fucking work, alright? And Kaya is just gonna like lean back in her chair and just like put like her face like in her hands and just like rub her eyes. She just like looks at him just like, I want this to fucking work, but you're not communicating shit. And there's something going on with this Tesla Cosmic that got Legacy upset enough to talk to you about it and get you to stop testing with him. And you're doing this shit now?
Yeah, I'm doing it so I don't have to put Cosmic in that machine anymore. Like, I'm doing exactly what Yorimi wanted. Again, this is for her. And this conversation is definitely carrying
Like,
Lockhart.
oh. Oh boy, here we go.
Like, I'm not fucking... He, like, sighs and puts his hands... Like, he sits in the chair now, similar to how you're sitting. Like, feet on the ground, elbows on his knees, and, like, face in his hands, kind of rubbing his eyes, just like... Oh, I don't know what the fuck you want from me. I'm trying to help here, right? Like, the whole point is, like, get back at Tetsuo, do the whole thing, like, make Lindis's sacrifice matter, like, all of this stuff, and also all of the stuff with the dreamer and shit, and, like, I don't know, can't do any of that if like, I don't contribute. What am I going to contribute aside from, like, this sort of shit?
Look, Mangetti. I don't know how to explain this to you, because I don't got all the information on whatever the fuck happened with Cosmic. But I'm assuming if it got Legs upset, it was probably pretty fucking bad. But I don't know exactly what it was, so I can't really comment on it. But I am going to talk to her later, try and figure out what the fuck happened. But just... she's just gonna, like, run her, like, hand through her hair. Like, it gets caught by, like, the tie of her ponytail. Just yanks her, like, hand free. It's like, look, the reason I'm upset about this, she gestures to the black box in the computer, in all of them Larry copies. The reason I'm upset about all of this is because, one, you made copies when I told you can only have one. I trusted you with that. And you just did whatever the fuck you wanted without telling me.
Okay, well,
Two.
trust me now. Like, I'll take the one, and I won't copy it, and I won't do any other shit.
Bengetti.
Like, you don't have to just stop trusting me because I did one thing that, like, you didn't agree with. Like, I did it because you're Rumi, who also is keeping shit from you, I guess, because she didn't tell you about the conversation we had. But regardless of that, like, I'm trying to be amenable to multiple people at the same time, okay? And I'm trying to make a fucking miracle happen behind me.
Look, I know, alright? But, Bengetti. Trust. I like to trust people, Bengetti. I like to. If I get a good vibe on someone, if I get a good read on them, I like to trust them because I like talking to people. I like spending time with people. I like making friends with people. But when you do shit like that kind of breaks it. And the only way to fix that is time. So I can't just, I don't know, not take the fucking copies or just give you one when you just did this shit. Like, Bengetti, if you want people to trust you after you broke their trust, you've gotta fucking earn it, bud. And there's shit going on with Larry that I am just beginning to understand. Like, I already kind of treated him as if he was a fucking person. Because I wanted to. Because that's how I respect the things that I make. I kind of treat them as if they were anybody. That's why they all have names. That's why I refer to them as, that's why I refer to Larry as a he and not an it. But I think there might be something more to it with shit that I've seen lately. So, I can't just let you have all these copies of them and just simulating them through months or whatever the fuck you're doing to them. And frazzling their learning algorithm and their AI, and how Larry can only learn so much at once before he gets overwhelmed and he starts shutting down and he goes to, she puts air quotes, bed for the night. He can only learn so much. And I just can't let you keep him if you're not gonna treat him like that. I'm not saying that he's a full person, because I don't know what he is, but he's more than a drone, at the very fucking least. He's more than just a placeholder to test an experiment. He's more than that, and you're not treating him as if he's more than that, and you did all of this without telling me anything. I specifically asked you to take me with you every step of the way with this. You skipped 10 steps without telling me, and the only reason why is because I came over here because I wanted to talk with my friend about how Larry's talking in full sentences now. And this is what I find out when I came to talk to someone I thought was my fucking friend?
Is that it's really gonna tear over this? Like, again? Like, I did this. I moved in this direction. I had not fucked around with this at all until, again, I was left with no options aside from moving in this direction. And he, like, if that's gonna end it all at once, like,
No. It's not. God, I fucking need coffee for this. Look, Magetti, it's not gonna end it all at once, alright? Things are just really up in the air, complicated. There's a bunch of puzzle pieces that we're finding randomly, and I can't make heads or tails of them. But right now, I don't feel good about you running copies of Larry through simulations and shit. And I just don't feel good about it. In fact, I feel fucking awful thinking about what it was like for him to be in there for fucking who knows how long for him.
He just shrugs, kind of helplessly, and says, "Like, now what?"
I don't know, Getty.
If you want him, just fucking take him. It doesn't matter. Like, I've gotten to a point where I've got enough data, I've got enough information, I can probably deal with the time dilation effect that happens to a person when they're in that machine, and at that point, it's just a matter of understanding how it works for you individually. Like driving a car, but it doesn't fucking matter. Like,
Look, obviously it fucking matters, alright? Everyone wants this to fucking work. Or I want this to work, Legacy wants this to work, even everyone wants this to work. But look, I'm fucking tired. I need to get coffee ASAP. Look, I don't know, alright? Because if there was shit going on that I don't know about with cosmic tests and shit, then you need something to test it in order to keep developing it, right? But I don't want you to use Larry or copies of him, especially since I'm just beginning to understand exactly, even not even exactly, honestly. I'm starting to scratch the surface of what he's capable of.
He like shrugs and leans back in his chair and just goes, "Okay, then, like, well, fucking." He runs a hand through his hair and like presses his glasses up a little bit. Okay, I guess we'll figure something else out and we'll go from there, I guess. I don't know. At the very least, like, I could reach out to Cosmic, and if he's down to test again, I'll run another test with him, and I'll have another person there, because that was one of Legacy's things. If I run a test with him, I'd have to have someone there.
Well, that's a rule Legacy put in place. Pinketti, what happened?
It's not like it's not like I simulated hundreds of years with him in there. Like, I put him in there for a few hours. I gave him saline solution to keep him hydrated. I kept him like safe from the actual intense heat that radiates off this thing. It's a safety precaution. He was going to be fine.
But wait, why do you saline solution to keep him hydrated if it's only for a couple hours?
It gets insanely hot. Like, it's just gonna dehydrate you. Like, yet I don't want to rehash this argument with the other roommate. She didn't tell you. I don't know why she didn't tell you. I thought you shared everything together, but apparently not. So,
Look, I don't wanna argue with you. I'm trying to fucking figure something out. And I kind of just want to ask you to put a pin in this, because the last thing I want you to do is start just testing it on yourself. Especially since there was some shit going on with testing on people. I gotta get the whole story from Legs, because obviously you're glossing over something, whether you realize it or not. And I don't know, I just need to figure something out how I could figure out how to help you with this. Because I want to help you, Bengetti. But I can't let you keep doing this shit to copies of Larry.
roll me a clever check.
Of course. This is how you get Kaya to burn through all of her fucking prep.
So on a 14. So you've been hammering home the point that this is a big project. It is a huge undertaking. And there's in no small part the bulk of the load shouldered on him, which he seems to have taken up on his own. He does not seem at all reciprocative of help. And it's not entirely clear why. But every time you venture towards help or working on the project with him or telling him what you're doing or him telling you what he's doing, like this open flow of experimental information, he almost like flinches at the idea. And throughout all of his experimentation, he's never given you a notebook on anything. He's never given you his theory notes. It's always just been his chicken scratch handwriting that he uses to basically keep notes on specific measurements, but never anything substantive. It's never something like what you would see on Maxine's board. And he looks at you with almost like a sense of loss. And he shrugs, just goes, "Okay, well, put a pin in it. It's not like, well, I'm going anywhere."
Spaghetti.
What?
Give me a second. I'm not good with words. How do I even fucking phrase this? What is that? Fuck. How do I fucking. What's the next thing you're gonna do?
Well, like, if I'm not working on this, what's the next thing I'm going to work on?
Yeah. Well, what's the thing you're gonna work on with this next, or the next thing you're gonna work on if it's not this?
Fucking. I don't know. I have some ideas, I guess.
But what are your ideas?
It is complicated to explain, but
Try me.
more of it's going to be more of this full dive brain equipment scanning. My thought was to build a machine that might better analyze the brain. Maybe that'll make it easier, I guess. I don't know. You can roll a cool check if you want.
Oh no! I accidentally opened the Glitter Hutch reference sheet. How did that happen? I'm out of roll 20. That's what I get for putting the character sheet minimized at the top of the screen next to my folders. Is it a cool check?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Who needs? It's fine. She'll just use almost. It's fine. Everything is fine.
It's not like you don't get them back next time.
Yeah, I know, but it's more so like how important this is to Kai. Like, yeah, no, it's fine. And I would like to use my. You know what? I can't think of how to 3D print myself through this, so I'm not adding that. I cannot think of something.
Mood ring.
A mood ring.
A mood ring that's
Actually-
made out of solid plastic that doesn't change colors.
Yeah, I was gonna say like. Damn, that's sad.
Glow in the
He-
dark ring.
I mean, if he is talking about the next project, and the most he's got right now is it's basically about a brain scan thing. It's supposed to help with the full dive. There's not really a way to disprove what he's saying. It's hard to tell if he is sounding the way he does because he's just frustrated and deflated, or if he's hiding something, or if he's like if he wants to hide the fact, like it's somewhere between he's mad or ashamed or just clamming up because this conversation has taken its toll on him. But you can't really glean anything from him just saying some random shit about brain, making a brain scanning device.
Kaya is just gonna just sigh and just put head on hand, resting on, like, elbow resting on, like, armrest. Look, Mangedi, I can't force you to accept help.
Okay.
But if you ever need help with any of that shit, like, I'm here, legs are here. You know, we can help, but you've gotta let us help. And look, I am taking the copies with me. But I'm gonna be back here tomorrow and we're gonna try and figure this shit out. We're gonna find a solution that'll help everyone. Or at least get pretty fucking close to.
He waves a hand and just goes, just, like, you don't have to come back tomorrow.
Oh, too fucking bad. You might as well tell me what you want for lunch tomorrow. Because we're gonna figure this shit out.
He shrugs and just goes, well, I'd like to have a little bit of alone time tomorrow. Because I was just accosted by your roomie, who, again, not sharing everything with you. And now I'm accosted by you when I tried to implement a solution that would make her happy. So take your, I don't know, kids or whatever, and then take whatever else you want from the lab and come back in a few days, I guess. But I need to fucking take a break. I can't do tomorrow immediately, okay? And if you just show up here...
I'm not gonna show up if you don't want me to be here, Bengedi. If you actually want alone time, I'll fucking give it to you.
Bengedi, for the first time in the conversation, you can see his eyes look past you towards someone, and then his eyes dart back to you. I think alone time would be good for me. Just shrugs. Just me, myself, and I. No people, no Larry's, no nothing. And his eyes look up directly at Lockhart and then look down at the ground.
Oof. Oof.
You can unmute yourself rather than typing what you're doing.
Piper is going to bed. Good night.
Good night, Piper.
Good night.
I'm just trying to think of how to word this.
You have the floor.
Lockhart, she understands, but she has a very straight face as normal kind of thing, but there is it seems to affect her a little bit, I guess. But she'll nod, walk out of the room.
You walk out, and Bengetti wheels around in his chair and reaches down below the desk, and you hear chunk, 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 chunk as he unplugs a bunch of cables. The one monitor that had all of the data feeds going just clicks off and goes to a dead screen. And he grabs the back end of that black box and slides it out. It goes, there you go. Guess.
Thanks, Getty. Look, I'll message you in a couple of days, see if you're, I don't know, up for having people over again.
He
But I'm gonna
nods.
try to figure shit out. At least on my end. See what I can do to try and fix whatever situation we've all fucking landed in.
He doesn't look at you, but he nods. Yeah, I'll figure something out.
We'll figure something out.
Nods in silence.
Alright. She's gonna pick up the box. She's gonna turn on Larry. She's gonna, while Larry's starting up, she's just gonna turn back to him and say, see you in a few days then, bud. Talk to you later.
He holds up one hand, just like a kind of half-hearted wave.
Guy's gonna start up Larry, and then she's going to go.
And you make your way out of Bengetti's lab. Take any extra tools you need on your way out. With the black box under one arm and Larry hovering beside your other. Bengetti usually keeps the lights pretty low in his lab. But now in particular, they seem pretty dark. And you walk out into the hallway that, in contrast to his lab, is stark white. And you're on your way home with 5 new Larrys.
Kaya on the way home, like walking, just gonna turn to Larry, pat him on the head, giving him a smile. Because he doesn't need to know this shit. Alright, bud. We just gotta go talk to Legs now, huh?
Shit.
He, like, blinks and just goes, oh, okay. About what?
That's what we're gonna find out.
The legacy spider sits. The legacy spider sits. I'm about to get beat up for something and I don't quite know what. I don't like it.
Starts looking at, no, I did all my chores. It's not that. What is it? I forgot to put the meat out to thaw. Mom's coming home. That's it.
I was so excited whenever you found first the first thing that I was excited about was when Legacy found out what he did to Cosmic and flipped out. And the next thing I was excited about was that he had a copy of Larry. And he's like, this is how I fix this. I won't put any more people in the machine. No need.
I'm sorry. This could have happened when everyone was there if I had realized what was happening.
Oh, it's a very good
Oh.
thing that Legacy was not there. Because as soon as he tried to pull the, like, well, Legacy would have leapt across the table. And guess what? Lockhart, at that point, was up doing paperwork. There was no one to catch her.
Kaya was there.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
What do you
We'd
mean?
be
good
having
luck?
a fucking roll off.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at that point, Kai had a lot of prep left. I hope it wasn't too bad.
Are
No,
we
no.
done for
That's-
the night then?
I think that'll be it for the evening.
Because, yeah, it's midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably only be on for, like, at most another half hour.